To do a quick roll call. I see Councillor Carmel is here.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang. She'll be here momentarily, and Mayor Sohi is away on business, and I am present. So at this time, I'd like to give the land acknowledgement, and I will preface it with saying that we often give these acknowledgements, and there's a risk in giving these that we forget why we are giving them. And there is also a risk involved in that there are those who will say they're sort of over it. And as we embark on this executive committee, as we build and decide on some of the financial aspects of the city of Edmonton, it is good to remember that there are many who are financially struggling, and historically, some of the decisions that were made about this land have left many dispossessed in this city. And so with that, I will say at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And on a personal note, as we do the land acknowledgement, due to my specific heritage, I also do a land welcoming. So thank you for that, and hi Marseille. So, the adoption of the agenda. Does anyone look like they're raring at the bit for this? Councillor Cartmel?
Sure, I'll move adoption of the agenda with the following. The addition of 7.1, Edmonton Police Commission Annual Report, Non-Competitive Procurement Agreements, 2024. Replacement attachments for 7.2, update to policy C598, Infrastructure Asset Management Policy, attachment 3. And replacement report 7.7, Affordable Housing Site, Sale of Land Below Market Value, Quarters, Boyle Street Residential, Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02652.
Right, thank you very much. Any questions? No? All right.
Could we vote
you'll have to remind me, are we going to vote on the adoption of the agenda? Yeah, because
Yes,
of the
please.
changes. Yeah, okay, so please vote. It's been my first time chairing in a very long time. And I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, next, approval of the minutes.
I'd like to move approval of the minutes from the
We go way
last,
back on this
yes, I was just looking for the last minutes, October 9th.
one. Okay. Any noted errors or omissions in those minutes? I thought the clerks did a great job, so please vote. I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Okay, so I believe we do have one protocol item if Councillor Principe, if you are ready.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Yes, I'm doing this on behalf of Councillor Tang, who is going to do this protocol item. However, she'll be joining us a little bit later, so I have the pleasure of doing that. Today we acknowledge Women's History Month and the 2024 theme, Women at Work, Economic Growth, Past, Present, and Future. Throughout history, women have been contributing to advancements in society and leading the way for developments in human rights. These changes have paved the way for bright minds to thrive in a society that historically did not give them the opportunities or recognition they deserved. At the City of Edmonton, we believe it's our responsibility to create spaces where everyone can be heard and contribute. With committees like WAVE, the Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton, we are able to tackle issues with insight from a diverse group of women. Their advice and lived experiences help us to create a more equitable city for everyone. Edmonton would not be the place it is today without the contributions of the many strong and resilient women of our past and present. This year's theme looks to acknowledge the women who helped diversify and advance the workforce. Women like Dr. Shauna Panya, an Edmonton doctor who is becoming the first Canadian woman to be a commercial astronaut. The Edmonton Grads, an all-women basketball team who throughout their 25 years as a team won 95% of their matches. Or Izina Ross, who in 1921 became the first woman to sit on Edmonton City Council. These trailblazers left their mark on our country and opened the doors for millions of women and girls to pursue their passions. And we can't let Women's History Month pass without acknowledging that our current council marks the first time that a majority of councillors are women. Because while women are more employed, educated, engaged than ever before, there's still a deficit of women representation in Canadian politics. This is meaningful progress, but we must not stop fighting for an equitable society for all. I hope we all take this occasion to push for progress and inspire positive change. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that, and I hope our council serves as a good example. So, Madam Clerk, just please remind me, I see that we've got select item for debates, but we also have speakers, and usually we name the speakers before we select items. So, how we do?
Request to speak is item 2.3. So you would, if you have a request to speak, I assume members of council would want to select that item, but you do select items first.
Okay, so I will move that, and then we'll go to select items for a debate. Okay, so I move that executive committee hear from the following speakers and panels where appropriate. 6.1, transit needs to meet population growth, and that is Daniel Witt.
Can you select the items first?
Oh, you want to select the
Yes,
items
please.
first? Okay.
Yes, please.
I was curious about that. Okay. I'm going a little bit backwards from public hearing. Okay, great. So we'll select items, and I will open the floor. An incurious lot today. I will select item 6.1 and 7.1 and 7.2, 7.3, 7.4. Actually, scratch 7.3. Any other takers? Nope? Okay. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I'll select item 7.7.
Okay. And I believe that's all. So maybe I'll go to Councillor Cartmel.
I was just seeing if anything came up in the group chat. I don't see anything though, so I will move the remainder of the items.
Okay. Is that good enough for you, Madam Clerk?
That is good. If we could just vote on that one.
Great.
And
Please
then I'll
vote.
read back.
I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
I could just vote.
We have all the votes.
And please display the vote. And that is carried.
Can I read back what you have dealt with this morning?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. This morning, committee has passed the recommendations in the following reports without debate. Item 7.3, Wellington Bridge, B003 Replacement Project, Environmental Impact Assessment. Item 7.5, YMCA Child Minding Service Agreement. Item 7.6, Kinsman Club of Edmonton, Kinsman Twin Arena Lease Agreement. And item 7.8, Single Source Agreement, Google Enterprise Cloud Software and Services.
Great. Thank you. And so with that, we will move to our first item of business, which is the...
Councillor, now would be a good time to ask for a motion to deal with the speakers.
Oh, thanks. I'm just really trying to get into it here. Okay, so I will move that Executive Committee hear from the following speakers and panels where appropriate on 6.1, Daniel Witt from Edmonton Transit Riders. remotely. Daniel, are you online? If not, we'll try to get you there.
Yeah, I'm online.
Great, thank you. And 7.7, affordable housing site, sales of land below market value. We've got Speaker Barb Spencer in person. Oh, right up there. Sandy Pond. In person, maybe we'll show up a little bit later. Michael Dubb, E4C, saw you up there. And that is all. Unless we have missed anyone. If so, put up your hand and we can connect you with the clerks. Nope, that's everything. So please vote to hear from those speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Okay, now, because we had first item of business being 7.1, we will move directly to that. All right, all settled in. How am I doing as chair so far? A little rocky? A little bit, yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you much for the opportunity to sit before the Executive Committee today. You have the report with you, and we're happy to take questions that you may have.
Okay, well, one of the councillors who requested that this be selected is on her way. So I'll just see if anyone else has any questions. Yep, Councillor Principe.
Hi, I do have a question about one of the items being BMW motorcycles. Is there a less costly option?
Thanks, Councillor. I'll speak briefly to this, and then I'll allow the service to speak to it. Originally they had Harley-Davidson motorcycles, and they were, not only were they terribly expensive, you can imagine the noise that they make as well. So they decided to go with the BMW to accommodate the fleet they already have, but I'll let someone from the service take that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are essentially two motorcycle platforms that support law enforcement, BMW and Harley-Davidson. They are of comparable price. They're less than $1,000 difference. In addition to the noise that comes from Harley-Davidson motorcycle, we have simply observed a superior platform in BMW in terms of their ability to be nimble. They're lighter motorcycles, and we've been training with BMW for a period of time now, so continuity with them being the same price as Harley-Davidson is why we continue to operate on that platform.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll see if there are any other questions. No, unfortunately the person who, oh, we do, it's popped up on the screen now. Sorry, I did not see that. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Just had a quick question around the body-worn cameras. Just wondering if the Commission and Service could talk a little bit about the process that was taken to land on this technology versus another provider.
Yeah, we're pleased to talk about that. So we tested two of the most significant providers in this space. That testing included understanding like the ergonomics and functionality of the physical body-worn video. It also included testing systems integration and how evidence is going to be stored and how it interacts with, for example, our Crown disclosure process and our file management process. Axon, after the testing period, came out as the superior provider. And that, I mean, after that field testing is essentially the reason why we are comfortable moving forward with them as the provider.
Great. So it wasn't just selected at random. It was based on some rigorous testing to confirm it was the right fit.
Correct.
Great. And then, you know, it does sound from the report there's a tricky period of time where you're bridging the gap between a potential upcoming provincial procurement. Are there any provisions in the contract that ensure EPS can respond to any changes that happen at the provincial level? Are we locked in for a certain amount of time, or is there some flexibility?
We are not locked in. There is a provision that contemplates redundancy with a provincial contract, at which point we can exit without penalty.
Great. Thank you. Those were all the questions I had. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Jans, please go ahead. Councillor Jans, you are on.
Sorry,
here.
I hit the wrong button there. I wanted to ask
safety
about the airplane. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Sorry. I wanted to ask about the $4.2 million in aviation fuel and just get a bit more of an understanding on what is that. I mean, I think I know what it's for, but is that all in, or is that how often do we receive those updates? Because I don't recall seeing it in the past. Or is it an annual sole source?
This contract.
Like, is this a new process that we're just buying from one provider?
So we are entering into a commercial agreement to receive a favorable rate on fuel. And this contract contemplates 10 years, just looking at my colleague over my shoulder, 10 years of pricing. So it would come out annually to $420,000 over a 10-year period.
Right. What are the controls that we have to monitor the necessity of use of that fuel?
I don't know if I understand the question.
So how does the service monitor the use of I guess that'd be the helicopters when they are needed, what they are doing? Is that an appropriate amount? Is that do we need more? Do we need less?
Well, the amount of fuel that we use is predicated on the amount of times that we're called out and the number of times that air support is needed in the form of an aircraft that is flown by a person as opposed to our remotely piloted aircraft program. The air support chain of command will determine whether or not a type of call fits within the scope or responsibility of where we can offer support from a helicopter.
And that's kind of what I'm getting into. Like, how is that audited in terms of are we spending expensive fuel and flight time chasing down small calls versus really important life and death calls?
Well, when the helicopter is used, I know from experience that when we may choose to do operational reviews on when it was used and why it was used, it is used frequently in the world of criminal flight from police. Which has, remarkable safety consequences for the city. and beyond the criminal flight itself is often the result of an underlying criminal act. So it is constantly being assessed as to when we should be using aircraft, as I said, as opposed to remotely piloted aircraft.
I get a lot of complaints in my office about it, just in terms of the noise, the fact it feels like it's orbiting over certain neighborhoods at all hours, disrupting folks. So, I was trying to figure out where to point people in terms of if you think it's if they think it's like a unnecessary use or a overkill is not the word I'm looking for, but they could be using a different tool or a different mechanism. So I was wondering, how I like drones. I think drones are really innovative and exciting and helpful. When I'm very impressed with what we're doing. I'm just looking for, this probably isn't the report, but where could I point people?
So the last time I checked, there is a part of our website that talks about the flight ceiling and when we fly, where we fly, and at what level we fly. And of course, if anyone has concerns with noise, they're absolutely welcome to contact us or they can contact the Commission, the Professional Standards Branch, or take a look on the website that has some FAQs about in what circumstances the helicopter is used and at what their ceiling is.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang.
Great. Thank you very much for being here and answering questions. I'm sorry I missed your presentation earlier, and forgive me if some of this is already kind of touched on, and just welcome you to elaborate. Wanted to, I guess, dig a little bit with the body cameras line item. Back in June, the capital profile 24601611 for body camera, that amount presented was just over $6 million. But for the contract in attachment 1, it's now it's 16. So can you provide some details on that difference of the $10 million?
Yeah. So the contract is for 5 years, which would include maintenance, storage, service, etc.
So in June, it was for just.
So the amount of money that we were able to move through, I think that was SCBA, right, from one profile into this, was in order to get lift of the initial
I see.
hardware and systems integration. But for 5 years, we're going to need to pay for storage and maintenance from Axon.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful. And despite that escalation of $10 million, you're still able to manage that within the existing budget, right? And I guess back in June there was a bit of that transition of funds, or did you have? Sorry, can you clarify? Did you have that transition of funds from operating to capital? And if so, is there any back then and also now? And if so, is it going to have any impact on frontline services?
We moved money from capital to capital.
Okay.
Yeah, to fund that.
And then moving forward, it's also.
Well, moving forward, we're going to do everything in our power to, to your question, is it going to affect frontline services? We're going to do everything to not have an impact on frontline services,
right,
and identify funding sources that will be able to meaningfully respond to this program without impacting our ability to undertake other services.
Okay, great. And then just in addition, so this is the bridging program for that 5 years until GOA identifies a preferred provider. I guess, what does this mean for future cost and longevity of this investment?
So a previous question was asked on, can we exit this contract if there is an umbrella contract with the GOA? The answer is yes, without penalty. So for longevity of the investment, we would need hardware in any event. So what we would do is be able to segue into the provincial program without penalty for exiting this contract.
Okay. Thank you for repeating that for me. And then and I guess just any additional details about the timeline of the rollout for all officers? Is it like within that 5 years? That's the goal.
I think if you were to ask our chief, he would say before 5 years.
Okay.
And I would agree.
Okay, because I'm asking you. Okay, great,
Yeah,
thank you.
and you know, it's not our intention to just, we want to do it in a deliberate way that, where we start to understand the workflows and the court disclosure and the digital evidence management, but our goal is to be responsive to the policy that has been established for all, you know, frontline police officers to wear body worn video.
Okay. And then I guess just one more line item around the demolition and renovation for the drug and gang suppression unit. Just to clarify, is this a new space you're building for the teams, or because it did say that the old space is undersized? Are you able to share, you know, how big the team is going to be, the accommodation there, and how long is the provincial funding set for?
So the provincial funding is for operating dollars. This was to upfit existing space.
Okay, outfit existing space. You're not expanding or anything like that.
No, this was in a building that we already have.
And then just in general, when you procure different options for different needs, do you also look to neighboring jurisdictions for their experiences, evidence, if they're doing something already, and vendor recommendations, that kind of stuff?
Yes, I can speak generally to it, but
Okay.
Greg Pang, who's the acting director of our procurement contract services branch, or Kevin Kobe, our executive director, may be able to speak more to that. But yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Do you want specifics?
You know, I have 10 seconds. It's okay. Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I'd like to move that the October 30th, 2024 Edmonton Police Commission Report, EXT 02674, be received for information.
All right, thank you for that. I don't see any other questions on the board. I'll going once, going twice, 3 times. Okay, so with that, if there's anyone who would like to speak to this item, please sign up. I see Councillor Jantz. Go ahead. Unless there are any committee members who are raring to go. No,
I'll wait for committee members.
go ahead, Councillor Jantz.
Yeah, thank you. So I think it's really important that these kinds of reports come forward, and I think the commission for bringing it forward. I think it's important that we play a role in sort of trust but verify, and looking at public transparency here. I can't help but, you know, I mentioned it earlier, but I do think that there's great innovation here around drones, and anytime we can spend less money on helicopter fuel, I think that's important, not just from an ecological standpoint, but also making sure that we're being fiscally responsible too. I do think that there's absolutely a time and a place for certain tools. Other tools we want to be more judicious about. And this points again to where, you know, I think it'd be valuable to have some sort of an audit of aviation that could be shared with the public, and saying these are the kinds of calls we're doing. This is how it's being used, and that's, I think, really important. I mean, I realize anecdotes, not the plural of data, but absent data, people just go with the anecdotes that they hear about. For body cams, I'm really worried. I know this is something that this is legislated by the government of Alberta, that they've required to be implemented, but it's incredibly expensive. And I'm still worried that it's not going to achieve the intended purpose of keeping either police or the public safe. I think in the case of the case of Pacey Dumas, where ACERT recommended charges, but it's the Crown prosecutor who is not going forward with prosecution. So body cameras in this case wouldn't have helped with a major controversial file that threatens police legitimacy and is exactly the sort of thing that the minister said that body cams are supposed to be helping with, in terms of reassurance of both the public or the police, and that's not happening there. So I'm worried that this expenditure is not going to improve public safety, that we have to do it, and absent meaningful reform on the part of the Crown prosecutors, that's not going to be achieved. So yeah, I'm prepared to. I guess I'm not on committee, but I would, you know, have no choice but to support the recommendation today. But really, I worry that it's not going to achieve the the outcomes that we intended, and it's gonna be a very, very expensive public relations move, but not actually improve public safety. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Jones. Before we go to Councillor Principe to close, I'll just say a few quick words. Thank you to our delegation who came and for the report that shows a measure of transparency that we appreciate. And I will just say that while it's sometimes tough to ask questions and being on the receiving end is not always fun, it is incumbent on council to ask these questions, and it does build public trust. And so I think it's beneficial for all of us to have the questions asked and to have the answers ready. And I just would like to say that in no means should it be taken antagonistically. It should be taken as a partnership in serving the public, which is the guiding star here. So as to the body cam expenditure, my only complaint, I suppose, would be that this was implemented without funding from the provincial government, which now EPS is bearing the cost of. And we would like to see maybe a little bit more partnership in that direction as well. As for the utility of body cams, as mentioned by a previous colleague, I'm not sure if we can say definitively one way or the other. I think it's just another tool and one that the public has absolutely asked for. So we'll be interested in seeing how that goes forward as well. But finally, yeah, just thank you. And thank you to the Commission for their hard work and for APS for continuing to be diligent in their work and in the ongoing effort to improve public safety. Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Yeah, I'll just echo what Councillor Paquette had said about appreciation for the work that you do and for this report. It shows a level of transparency and, you know, not only council appreciates it, but the public does as well. So thank you very much.
Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're on now. Oh, thank you to the delegation. Madam Clerk, we're now on 7.2. Is that correct?
It is up to you, but I would suggest returning to 6.1.
6. Oh yes, thank you. So now we'll be moving to 6.1 as we do have a speaker, and it was bumped forward from the last meeting where the speaker did wait all day. So in that consideration, we'll go ahead. And we'll just wait for our delegation to get settled.
Ready when you are. You good? Okay. Good morning, Executive Committee. My name is Craig McEwen. I'm acting in the Deputy City Manager role for City Operations. Today with me we have Carrie Hutton-McDonald, who's the Branch Manager for Edmonton Transit Service, and Sarah Feldman, who is the Director of Transit Planning, Ridership, and Revenue for ETS. So we're here today to discuss future service needs to address existing growth pressures on the system and the future transit service needs to accommodate existing conditions and future growth pressures. So this report responds to a motion passed in May at Urban Planning Committee for administration to provide a report outlining a plan to address transit service needs for a population horizon in 2026. So this is a continuation of analysis already completed that was presented in August of 2023, which looked at the current state of transit needs. So today's report brings that analysis forward to a future horizon of 2026. And also weaves together related investments in fleet and facilities. And so I will pass it to Sarah.
Thanks, Craig. So I wanted to start with thanks to Council for this motion. This was an opportunity for us to bring together several pieces of work we presented over the last several years related to transit service needs, our transit fleet renewal, and the facility strategy. And as we shared when the motion was presented, we needed to start pulling together this information in a narrative to prepare for future funding opportunities. Council has made several significant decisions and investments in transit. This includes approving the mass transit strategy and funding the planning and design of 2 mass transit routes, approving the ETS garage strategy, making on-demand service a permanent part of the network, and major capital investments to renew the LRV fleet, increase bus renewal, and add more buses, and design and build the next bus garage. And Council has also invested in service, adding service hours to better meet today's needs. In August of 2023, we presented a report that identified a gap between the current service levels and the transit service standards. And that report was really a current state assessment. Today's report is an update to that analysis, but it's looking at a future horizon of 2026. As you're aware, Edmonton's population has been growing rapidly and is forecasted to grow an additional 5.5% between 2024 and 2026. At the same time, Edmonton Transit has been experiencing growing ridership, and we're now experiencing the highest ridership we've ever seen. As ridership grows, this puts pressure on transit service. We start to see things like crowded buses and passengers passed up at the curb, as well as lateness, and this results in a negative rider experience. As we shared previously with Council, there are several key inputs that guide transit service decisions. The Council-approved transit service policy guides the type of service we provide. Our transit service standards guide when and how we add service. For example, when ridership on a bus route reaches a certain level, we may consider adding more frequency to that route or may add off-peak service. In ETS, we make service adjustments 5 times a year, and each of these adjustments include reallocating service to be more effective within our existing budget while still adhering to the service standards. Our service decisions are also, of course, informed by the allocated budget we have available to support both capital and operating funding, which is what enables us to add service. Our service capacity is also a really important factor. For example, we need to have the fleet and the facilities to maintain the fleet, as well as the workforce to deliver the service. So now on transit ridership. While our transit ridership declined sharply in 2020 due to the pandemic restrictions, ridership in Edmonton has fully recovered and has grown. Our year-over-year ridership continues to grow. When this report was written, our overall ridership in 2024 was 13% higher than 2023. Since then, we've seen the September ridership results, and our year-to-date ridership is actually 14% higher than 2023, and our year-end projection is even higher. Compared to 2019, our 2024 forecasted ridership is 12% higher. While we see growth across all types of transit service and all time periods, we've seen a large increase in weekend ridership, growing from 28% above 2019 levels. And we've also seen a lot of growth in the on-demand ridership, with 27% growth this September compared to the previous year. While we are pleased to see this growing demand across all types of ETS service, it also creates pressure to maintain reliable service. So the report we presented in August of 2023, as we mentioned, looked at the current population as of the fall of 2022. We really looked at this at a neighborhood and route level, and we compared the level of service currently in those neighborhoods to the transit service standards. In that report, we established that there was a current state gap of 5,000 weekly service hours, which is equivalent to 260,000 annual service hours, and that's the gap between the current state and the service standards. During the fall 2023 supplemental operating budget adjustment, Council approved an additional 120,000 annual service hours, which addressed a large portion of that gap. We've now updated this analysis, looking forward to 2026. And again, we've done this at a very detailed neighborhood and route level, building the needs from the ground up. And this is really recognizing that as our population continues to grow over the next 2 years, this gap will start to grow again. So the results of this analysis are presented here. We presented a very similar slide last year, and Council, we believe, found this information very helpful. So these are the new numbers for that future horizon of 2026, and we've used the same categories we presented previously. This results of our assessment are that an additional 4,750 weekly service hours, which is 247,500 annual hours, will be needed by 2026. So just to put that in perspective, ETS currently operates approximately 2.3 million hours a year. But this is the new number to reference related to transit service needs. By 2026, we expect to have several routes and corridors that will experience overloads, and we will need to improve service to accommodate this growth in travel demand. We have a detailed plan for where we would add service, and it includes the following types of needs. We'll need new routes, we'll need increased frequencies, new peak service, new off-peak service, and we'll need to transition some communities from on-demand service to conventional bus service. As I mentioned, we've seen really strong ridership growth in the on-demand service, and this is putting pressure to maintain these service levels. Some of these neighborhoods are ready to convert from on-demand to conventional bus service. And as resources become available, we'll be making those conversions to reallocate the on-demand service to other areas to address growth pressures. And we provided examples of the specific areas where we'd apply these changes in the report. Our ability to add these service hours requires additional buses, as well as operational funding to deliver the service, covering things like operators, maintenance, and fuel. The delivery of these 4,750 weekly hours would require 99 additional buses. The report also captured several related requirements to support reliable service in a growing city. By the end of this budget cycle, we will have 260 buses that need to be replaced to ensure ongoing service reliability. And that number reflects the increase in renewal that was approved during the spring capital budget adjustment, which reduced the unfunded renewal from 322 buses to 260 buses. There are also several rider-facing facilities that will need to be needed to support our growing demand. So that includes the design and construction of mass transit routes B1 and B2, as well as the design and construction of the Windermere North Transit Center and Park and Ride. So to move us forward, there are several important activities that are currently underway to prepare for these future needs. And this slide really outlines the things we know will be happening, looking at projects currently committed to. So it includes the work that's currently underway to plan and design the mass transit routes B1 and B2, as well as a design and implementation of transit priority measures. During the next several budget cycles, it will be important to ensure a sustained level of bus fleet renewal. And during the next 4-year budget cycle, we have several important milestones, including the arrival of those first LRV fleet replacements, service commencement on LRT expansion projects, and the opening of the Southeast Transit Garage. The Southeast Transit Garage is a critical milestone because that is what is needed in order to allow for a more significant addition to the fleet. So this again provides all the known activities, and in the next budget cycle, there are some places where council could layer on additional decisions related to these opportunities. Underscoring all of this assessment are several key considerations. Our ability to grow the fleet and thereby improve service is limited until the Southeast Transit Garage opens. We've also been learning from the industry that the lead time for ordering buses has been growing across Canada, and now it takes at least 2 years for bus manufacturers to deliver a bus from the time we submit an order. Also, the analysis we've shared today, of course, is grounded in the current projections for population. However, there are always some unknowns, and the population projections may grow more than expected or may be less. Closely related to this, of course, also is the provincial government's school growth plan. The addition of those schools, depending where they're located, will place pressure on transit service. ETS is the primary transportation provider for junior and senior high school students in Edmonton. And as we previously discussed with council, the constrained level of renewal funding available to replace aging buses may also start to impact our ability to deliver reliable service. While the additional funding approved in the spring capital budget adjustment really helped, the pressure is still there. And lastly, of course, making these investments will require support from partner funding in other orders of government, such as through the Canada Public Transit Fund. These funding programs and priorities from other orders of government may evolve or change over time. So lastly, we just wanted to touch briefly on that fund. While this report was really focused on the overall future need, it's also important to consider how those needs might be funded in the future, including what funding we might expect from other orders of government. In July of this year, the federal government announced the launch of the Canada Public Transit Fund. This is a fund over 10 years to support capital investments in public transit across Canada. But it is important to note that while the fund is significant, it won't provide a solution for all of our funding needs, and each stream has criteria that need to be met. The fund is provided within 3 program streams: baseline funding, metro region agreements, and targeted funding. Regarding the baseline funding stream, our first step was to submit an expression of interest, which we submitted in September. The next step is to develop a capital plan document, and the work for that is actively underway. And then once we learn more about the funding allocation to Edmonton under this stream, we will update council and bring forward items during the fall 2025 budget process. For the Metro Region Agreement stream, we've been working really actively with our regional partners on the expression of interest, and that's now been submitted to the province of Alberta. The province will review our expression of interest and submit it to the federal government. Most of the regional municipalities in the Edmonton region are engaging in this process with us. There are 6 milestones in this stream, and our next milestone is developing an integrated regional plan in collaboration with the regional partners. So we're really looking forward to this work with the partners and with council to advance projects under this program. Your next input to put forward projects supported by this funding would be next fall, as the federal funding starts to flow in 2026 for the 2026 to 2027 federal budget cycle. Overall, this funding program is really good news, and we're on track to meet all the submission requirements, and we will share updates with council as we approach these milestones. So in closing, this report really provided us an opportunity to provide you with an update related to future needs, and this will help us prepare for the next 4-year budget. At that point, we should have further clarity on how the Canada Public Transit Fund can contribute to our transit capital needs, and that will be the right timing to bring forward these items for consideration. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And with that, we will go to our speaker, who has been waiting very patiently for a very long time, Daniel Witt. And if I'm pronouncing your last name incorrectly, please correct me.
No, you're doing a great job. Don't worry, I didn't wait the whole time. On the 9th, they let me go at noon because they realized when it would end. Oh, that is not, I don't have a presentation for speaking.
You can just go with it if you like.
I'll figure it out along the way. I think that'll work.
All right. Well, you have 5 minutes, so please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Hello, Executive Committee. I'm Daniel Witt. I'm the chair of Edmonton Transit Riders, and I'm here to speak on this report today. So I'm going to try not to take up too much of your time. That presentation and the report set out by ETS is incredibly well laid out, and I think it gives a lot of good information. I'm just going to be speaking for a little bit about the importance of long-term planning for our transit system and how we meet our minimum service standards as a city. So meeting and continuing to sustainably meet our minimum transit service hours that we have set out is a priority for Edmonton Transit Riders. Buses are the most important part of our transit service, and having a bus that runs nearby and frequently can be the difference between somebody participating in their community or staying home if they don't have any other options. It is important for addressing so many of the goals set out in our city plan, and it is key in avoiding massive increases in congestion as our city continues to grow in population. So we are very happy to see the movement towards this in the past few years with, the hours being added once the Valley Line opened, as well as the additional hours afterwards, and the forwarding of the Southeast Transit Garage. These are incredibly significant steps in getting us towards those transit service hour goals, and have been really a key driver in seeing that consistent ridership growth that we have been. But while we've been aware of this for a while, it is still definitely disheartening to see the limitations that our system is faced with as a result of the previous decisions made. So that's not expanding our bus garage capacity in preparation for expansions to service to meet population growth, the lack of renewal buses purchased on a regular schedule to really keep up that renewal and expansion with population. Letting these necessary actions pile up over the years means that right now we are faced with really very large investments needed to maintain our current service levels, which, I mean, from my perspective, does pose a significant risk to making sure that we get people the service they need and the public transit service that they need. I mean, that is where we are now. There's not much we can do to change that immediately, but it is great, again, to see it laid out so clearly in the report for us today. It's nice to see, hey, these are the actions we need to take in order to have a good transit system in the future, and this is the field that we're playing with. So I think that getting reports like this is a very positive step, and I would like to see them in the future again about where we are and where we're going for our transit system. And going forward, how do we make sure that we don't reach this type of barrier again, where we're faced with so many large capital and operating increases in funding needed to support our transit system? So how do we prioritize actions that open more doors for us in the future rather than making it harder to go forward? How do we invest in storage and maintenance capacity for future needs rather than reacting to current needs? And how do we ensure that we're making regular bus purchases that encompass renewal and expansion? While it looks like the public transit in Edmonton will continue to have to play catch up for a lot more years to come, how do we make decisions now that mean we won't have to be addressing service hour gaps once a new garage opens years after the deadline that we were talking about it for. So right now that would be 2026 service hour gap being addressed starting when the Southeast Transit Garage opens in 2027 or whenever. And how do we set ourselves up to consistently meet our minimum service standards and provide people the transit service that they need? That's all I have to talk about today. Again, that report was great, and I'm very happy you are all thinking about long-term transit planning and how to meet our service standards in the future. Yeah, I'd be happy to take any questions, and thank you guys.
Well, thank you very much. I will look to my colleagues to see if there are any questions for our speaker. And there are. Councillor Tang, go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much, Danielle, for signing up and being so patient and always advocating for transit users. So just so I'm clear then, you know, this report is, I think, received for information. And that's, as you can see, there's obviously a lot of constraints and things have to kind of line up. So for now, you're just here to kind of convey transit riders' reality and issues and need. But you agree with sort of the course of action being presented in the report.
Yeah, I guess ETS definitely knows what to do in a bit better than I do in a lot of ways. They understand the needs and they've got all the data to back that up. I am here mainly to highlight the importance of long-term planning and making decisions in the present that can set us up for a wider array or more options in the future. So let's try and make decisions now that don't constrict what we can do in the future in terms of providing that transit service, and to express how important it is that we get ourselves on track to sustainably and consistently meet our minimum transit service hours.
Yeah, that's very insightful and appreciate that. You guys also recently had a pretty big transit rider event. I guess I'm just wondering, like, when these reports come up, are you hearing folks kind of chattering about it? You know, any other experiences or stories or feedback you might want to share from that event in particular, or any other times?
I think it's really sort of interesting because this report and a lot of reports that are so incredibly important to the future of our transit system aren't quite as interesting as, like, you know, when the V1 and V2 come up to a report or mass transit comes up to a report. This is just mainly about storage, maintenance, and some stats on the table somewhere. So you don't get quite as much interest from the community, regardless of how actually important it is. Based on conversations I have had for a long time, even if it's not with specific knowledge about how our service hour gap exists and is growing with population, I've talked to a lot of people who maybe used transit 15, 20 years ago when it met their needs and now it doesn't, as well as the general sense. There is just a general sense of, hey, we have not been keeping up with population growth for our transit service, and how do we get back to a point where transit is a viable option? Because many people see it as that it has declined. Well, whether that's true or not, that's the general sense, and bringing it back to a point where people feel that it's meeting the minimum standards that they need has been something I've heard in all conversations, whether it's at the launch party that we had, or whether it's out in the community talking to people at different events, or through conversations with people online.
Yeah, and obviously your group yourself, you know, very interested in planning, and you know, we also have the ETS advisory committee, also very interesting in policy and in these reports. Do you have any ideas about how to get more members of the public interested in these conversations, get them excited about these reports, and kind of dialogue with city administration?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is one of the main things that as an organization that we want to do. Our goal is to not just advocate, not just come things like this, but be a source of information for people who maybe don't want to read 20, 30 pages of a report or don't have the capacity for that. From my perspective, a good way to do it is through social media, like we are doing, as well as things like the event that we had two weekends ago. I forget when it was. It was a blur. But so through in-person events, going out and talking to people, we have a lot of plans and ideas for going forward with how we share that information and get people excited, that we're going to be doing pretty soon. So I think being out in the community is a really important one, and trying to convey that information in a way that is digestible and accessible to people.
Yeah, I think that's really important. So keep up with that great work and getting more folks interested and excited and mobilized around transit. All right, that's all. Just want to appreciate you always being here and very patient and speaking and sharing the feedback from the community.
Great, thank you very much. I don't see any other questions for you, Daniel, so well done and thank you very much for coming. And
Thank you.
You can still hang on if you like as we move to questions for administration. Okay, so with that, if there are any questions for administration, please sign up. And we'll start with Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I have a question, great report, thank you very much for this. I do have a question. You had mentioned about the 2-year wait once an order is submitted. When do we pay for that? When we order, or do we pay for half of it at the time? How does it work?
Yeah, we were just talking about that last week, actually. So my understanding is we would have the funds allocated when making the request, the purchase request, and then the payment is actually issued once we've received the buses. So that is something we're factoring into the Canada Public Transit Fund timing with you. When we bring things forward for requests, we'll be really clear about the sequencing of events and timing.
Okay, so today you're not requesting extra funding at this point?
No,
In
not
a year, though, is when we need to look at it.
Exactly. So what we're anticipating is once we learn more about CPTF, and we have to go through several gates in the process to get approved on their end, we'll bring forward the first opportunity for council will be fall 2025 because the fund starts in April of 2026.
Right, okay. Yeah, thank you. Those were my questions. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you for that. I appreciating we don't quite know what all our funding sources might be and the gates we have to go through to activate them. I'm trying to get a sense though of the dollars, and so there's some things mentioned in the report, some things mentioned in the presentation. So I'm just trying to get a lens on that. So first of all, the presentation said something to the effect of 99 new buses required to provide all of the service hours that we need. And the report says 99 buses is between $91 and $158 million. Yeah.
That's correct. And the range, it just depends on the fuel type, and we revisit prices depending on the timing.
Yeah, sure. Battery versus hydrogen versus diesel. Report says we need 260 replacement. Presentation says 260 replacement buses, and the report says that's another $207 million. Yeah.
That's correct, and that's just the replacements for this cycle. There's additional replacements the next 4-year.
Which is my next question. So the report says 103 more replacement buses. So that's 363 buses we need. And I know it's this cycle and that next cycle, but depending on when we order and how we detail all of these things out, I think we should be talking about all of it together. So it sounds to me like we need 99 new buses plus another 363 replacement buses right now today.
Correct. And
Right.
One thing we're going to do for council is a longer term kind of service expansion roadmap. So we want to factor in, once we have our different LRT expansions in place, try and anticipate beyond just what's in front of us how that affects bus plans as well. So we'll bring that forward to council once we have it flushed out.
Well, so this would be the bus procurement requirements, and I've got more questions on buses yet until 2030. But we haven't got an LRV plan until 2030. Like we're buying LRV replacement vehicles, but we don't have full sight on what we need yet. Is that fair?
Exactly. And we're going to map all of that out for you. So we're going to show you in my head, probably until about 2042, what we anticipate for bus and LRV related to service expansion and renewal. We're going to try and map that out ahead of time so we're really clear and we don't see these tsunamis hitting us all at once.
When's that map coming?
So we're working on it over the winter. I would say optimistically, probably in the spring, summer timeframe, we can share that with council.
Okay, then we have the bus garage. Can you remind me what the total value of that bus garage is?
So council approved 285, oh, actually, no, one moment. 361 million overall for the whole profile. That included all stages, and we have partner funding from the federal government. And that's just what was approved in the budget, not necessarily what the projection is. So we'd have to ask our colleagues in IAS for an update if we
So
want.
$360 million roughly is the cost of the building. And we have partner funding, but we haven't tendered that yet, right? We're not fully designed and tendered.
So the total cost of the project is closer to 700 million because it is 350 from the federal government and 315 from the city at this
Okay.
point in time. And so we are currently between checkpoint 2 and checkpoint 3, so currently in design of the facility.
And are both of those funding sources confirmed? We've budgeted half that value, and we have confirmed partner funding on the other half? Yeah.
We have a signed contract with the federal government for the grant,
Okay.
and the funding from the city is held in abeyance until we reach checkpoint 3. And so we will come back to council to lift that abeyance.
But it's in the budget somewhere. It's
is.
already budgeted.
It is budgeted, yeah.
Yeah, okay. How many buses go in that garage? 400?
We're working through that right now with Pascal's team as they do this more detailed design to understand the opportunities within the budget envelope we have. So our intent was full fit out would be just slightly over 400 buses. It's funded through the Zero Emission Transit Fund, so they expect it to be zero emission buses in that facility, so we have to navigate that as well.
So 400 zero emission buses over and above the buses that we've already identified, the 99 and the 363.
Well, so the 99 could relate to that figure because that's our facility that we're going to use. So we're going to have to make some decisions about bus type when we get to that stage, but that's the facility that we're going to purposely use for that.
Okay, thank you. My time's up. I'll come back forward.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. I guess I initially had some questions around just, in general, we make financial decisions and then it feels like there's such a lag time between something concrete happens, but part of that is the constraints around space and inventory and that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, it's a combination of things. So definitely having access to the bus facilities. And you've approved the facility strategy, which is super helpful, so we can understand the sequencing. But you're right, we need access to the facility, and then there's the lead time from the bus manufacturers for the buses to actually arrive.
Because that sometimes takes like a year and a half.
Yeah, we're hearing it's getting closer to 2 years.
2 years, okay.
Just because there's fewer number of manufacturers, long lead times. They're customizing and manufacturing each bus based on what is procured, so they don't have an inventory of buses just sitting there.
Right.
And that's what takes the longer time. And with CPTF, just a lot of us in Canada, we're going to be competing to get our orders in quickly with the manufacturers.
That's the Permanent Transit Fund.
Yes.
And then for, in fall of last year, SOBA, we approved growth for 20 buses. Is that part of the 99? Is that, I guess, what's the timeline for that? And I know we're talking a lot about the garage, and the garage is going to take time to manifest. In the meantime, are we trying out other strategies within our existing garages to kind of see how can we accommodate?
Yeah, so the 20 buses that were approved, those are arriving. They'll go in service in April of next year, along with,
Right.
the operating budget that was approved to support that. They're going in a leased facility. We have this one opportunity to fit 20 buses in a leased satellite facility, so that was also approved as part of that service package to fund that lease. After that, we are looking at creative solutions within the existing garages. Can we squeeze a few more in? We don't have a number today of what that would look like, but it would be really modest. It's not 99 buses worth. It maybe is a few we might be able to grow by, just to help a little bit with that pressure.
Yeah, I am very interested in that work. I know it's not a lot, but whatever I think we can accommodate to add that service is important. I guess in the next few months you'll have a bit of an update.
Yeah, so I think when we do that long-term kind of service expansion integration roadmap, we can include some of that as part of that narrative to explain what the key opportunities are. And we want to make sure we're really transparent about what the longer-term picture looks like, again, to inform whatever we decide to submit for the Canada Public Transit Fund.
Okay. I guess just even in, one, this report, does it contemplate the impact from the fare increases that were already approved in the 4-year budget cycle? Yes?
Sorry, can you clarify for us?
So I know we've talked about, ways to diversify, increase revenue, to add service hours. Obviously, fare was part of that conversation, and, we've had that conversation already. We're not going to increase it drastically, but we did approve an increase in the 4-year budget. So I just want to make sure that all this context is within, all those decisions as well.
Yeah, that's good context as well. There is an approved fare increase in February, a modest one going in that was approved as part of the 4-year budget. And when we've brought forward service increases, we've also included a revenue component as well to offset some of the operating costs.
Okay, great, thank you. And then lastly, I'm just wondering if you can kind of touch a little bit about what do you think might be the impact from, say, Bill 18 when it comes to that garage component, the zero emission buses, which, I mean, I just can't imagine that moving forward smoothly. The piece around, whatever you can share, because I mean, it's on my mind. My question is how is that going to affect us?
Well, we know it affects us in terms of the Canada Public Transit Fund. We're partnering with the region on one part, but the government of Alberta has indicated they're playing a lead role for the entire province in terms of any submissions and participation in that fund. So we're working closely with their government administration. They're pulling together a cross-ministry table on their end to coordinate because it touches multiple different ministries, and we're navigating kind of the process with them. We don't have any clear indication yet in terms of what their intents are around any kind of partner funding. The expectation from the federal government is that there would be contributions from the provincial government. So probably a little too soon to tell. I'd say everybody keep your fingers crossed.
And I guess for that garage project, is because so much of it is federal funding, is that one kind of exempt from some of the Bill 18 conversations?
It's a good question, Councillor. The agreement is already signed, so, and it was signed before Bill 18 was enacted.
That's right.
And so from that perspective, I believe, it will be part of the conversation as it is part of the overall program for ETS.
Great, thank you. I'm just very concerned and I appreciate the extra few seconds here. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for this report. It's really, really excellent and a great starting point to inform the investment work going forward, so thank you for that. I was just curious if the forecasting accounts for both population growth and mode shift, or do we assume a fairly static mode shift or mode split?
Yeah, we usually, when we do this, we use the concurrent mode shift we see for those at a neighborhood basis. So for example, if we're talking about newer neighborhoods, we look at what kind of the historical mode split would be in those neighborhoods. If we were a bit more optimistic, the number would be a bit higher, but we're trying to be, within the realm of what we've seen.
Okay. And I'll just add, I learned on Monday there was a national study done looking at the most important levers to drive mode shift. So that's some information we're going to take back to our team and see if we can get the Edmonton context for that as well. So it was from the Environmental Defence Canada organization, where they tested with some academic support from different post-secondaries, different levers. So we'll explore that and follow up with council.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting because I think then we can really interpret these forecasts as quite conservative if we're assuming a static mode shift, given I think where we're expecting to see some of the growth, which is not necessarily in the new neighborhoods, but in established neighborhoods. Again, 50% of our growth will be there. So I think that's a really interesting dynamic as we continue to move forward. And I think important for us to keep in mind that, again, it's a conservative baseline in terms of what we'll need, and it could be even higher as we continue to see mode shift. The report references a funding strategy for municipal contributions to the federal grant programs, recognizing that even if other orders of government do come forward with granting opportunities, there will likely be match funding required. Is that something that would be coming forward in the next operating budget, let's say a form of reserve potentially? Like what funding strategies can we look at to ensure that we have the equity we need to capitalize on the grant opportunities?
Yeah, I think it's probably a little too early for us to comment on that piece unless somebody from finance wants to chime in. At this stage, we're just trying to truly understand the parameters of the CPTF and navigate the different streams. And then our intent was to have a more fulsome kind of update and presentation to council fall 2025.
Okay.
Because we don't even know if we're approved yet, just out of fairness.
Course, yeah.
For the process, particularly for the largest stream, the Metro Region Agreement stream. We still have quite a few gates to jump through.
Okay, no, that's helpful and just good to have on our radar as well. And you know, I may be wrong on this, but I believe in the next few years we will be doing some procurement for the permanent operator of the Valley Line. I think I'm just curious when we're dealing with P3 projects, I'm wondering what opportunities we have to require a replacement reserve that is funded through some of the operating dollars, just to ensure that we are, you know, as a city, we can create those reserves, but if we are partnering with in a P3 model, again, can we build in that replacement reserve requirement with some of our partners?
I think we can take that away and talk about it with our partners in LRT expansion and renewal as well as finance. I don't think they're on the delegation today, so we wouldn't be able to jump in on that.
That's fine. Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a detailed question, but I think, you know, that's a model that we require, for example, with affordable housing investments. There's a requirement for those operators to have a reserve fund, and that could be a model for us long term. Just wanted back to the Metro Region agreements. Are there opportunities for bulk purchase of buses and LRVs through that program?
There would be, and even outside of that, that's actually on our list for the regional collaboration table we have. So we're looking at regional procurement opportunities. We've done it in the past. We've partnered, and we benefit from having the higher volume of orders. We get better kind of contract opportunities. So we're actively navigating it, even without the Canada Public Transit Fund, and we're really excited to pursue that further.
Great. Well, and it seems like a good way to hedge some of the risks with the 2-year lead time, in that probably collectively we have a certain number that we'll need in the next 2 years and can kind of smooth that out. So that's great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I've got a few questions, and the first one I think builds off of that. The bulk purchasing sounds great, but one of the things that sets alarms off right away is that then we get into the same position as we're in right now, where suddenly you have a whole bunch of things to replace all at the same time.
Councillor Paquette, I think we were like ESP, because I was whispering that to Carrie over here. Exactly. So while we have this big number needed both for renewal and growth, we have this hurdle in part on the renewal side because of large purchases in the past. And there is sort of a sweet spot of how many new buses we could receive every year in commission. So we need some smoothing, and it wouldn't be, you know, I don't think we're looking at a one-time, 300 bus order in 1 year. That's not
right. But it could be a bulk, as in a staged order over a period of many years that offers surety to the manufacturer.
Yep, absolutely. That would be worthwhile.
Okay, so, and that leads me to my next question. That is, have we contemplated, and probably, a renewal replacement program, the same way we do for neighborhood renewal, things like that, just so that we actually have a plan so that no future council ever runs into this situation again?
Yeah, we're actively having those conversations, and I think that'll be some of the follow-up that we can explore. I'm not sure if finance wants to chime in, but I think, again, preparing for that fall 2025 horizon to access CPTF will bring forward some options, I think, for council.
Okay, and I'm still a little unclear on what the new federal program, what the implications are going to be, and I'm imagining that that's something that everyone is still sort of wrapping their heads around. And do we plan long-term for it, or is this something that is going to be reversed by future federal governments, and how do we manage that?
I mean, the good news is, so there's been lots of talk, obviously, about the federal election, and, previous governments of different political ideology have also had capital programs supporting transit. So I feel confident some iteration of funding will exist, and lots of recognition by all parties of the interconnections between housing and transit, and how transit's an important lever for those outcomes. So will it be called something different? Probably. Might have some different, design, but I think there will still be something, and that's consensus nationally. The funding, so we're going to have one stream where we get dedicated annual disbursements that can go towards things like renewal if we so choose. Then the bigger pot is that Metro Region Agreement, where there's a prioritized list of projects for the region that includes a lot of Edmonton things. And then the third will be a direct application for very targeted projects like Indigenous related transportation needs, active transportation needs, and rural transit needs. And again, it's a national program, so looking across the country, there are some areas that have distinct needs. Those are the three streams. One has direct allocation to us. The bigger one, it's competitive and on a per project basis that they'll fund it.
Okay. And LRT to the airport needs.
So we've heard from our provincial partners that those connections are really important, and we need to show alignment to provincial priorities, and we've not yet heard what the provincial priorities are, other than we know they have their rail study underway. But yes, I think it's very safe to say they're going to look for those connections. Indications seem to be they also understand that BRT could be an interim phase because it takes so long to get these rail projects through to delivery. So that's something we're actively talking to them about.
Okay. All right.
Councillor
And
Paquette,
sorry, go ahead.
if I may,
Yes.
just going back to your question about a neighborhood renewal program type, just wanted to draw attention of committee on the dedicated renewal funding programs that we had brought forward. I believe the initial report was in 2022, and then it was discussed again in 2023, and one of the streams that was considered was transit at that time.
Yeah, and so I'd like to see a little bit more on that going forward. I'm sure it's probably not quite ready. So, and then quickly, my final question is, I think that council was very interested at various stages about a sustainable funding program, or much like a EPS funding formula for ETS. But I think that with all of this new news, we've got to see where the chips kind of land before we move forward on that conversation, or?
Yeah, we agree. And I think, more to come in terms of understanding how to leverage funding from other orders of government. There's national advocacy happening, asking for consideration of operating support. So there's a lot of irons in the fire, and I think give us a bit more time. Again, hopefully by the end of next year, we'll have further clarity in terms of what our options could be.
Love it. Okay, thank you. We will move now to Councillor Cartmel.
Great, thank you. A few more. First of all, the report mentions Windermere North Transit Center at $30.3 million, I think. Is the timing for that aligned to the completion of Terwillegar Drive? Like when, do we have a timeline or a time cycle for that? Or is it even funded?
So the project, and I'll maybe ask Pascal if she wants to chime in, but that project was not yet funded. Of course, Terwillegar Drive project is funded, and we see that phase that crosses over Anthony Henday and the transit center are really important from a transit operations perspective to move forward with that transit center.
So do the two tie together or not? Because if so, then is this a project that's coming forward recommended for approval, recommended as part of the budget? What's the
work on the next budget cycle hasn't begun yet, but it is one that it will be in consideration for that. Yeah.
Would it be possible to get a detailed breakdown of the costs that go into that $30.3 million?
Yeah, we can follow up on that for sure. It's come, as you know, it's come up previously with the ACT funding, then it came up again a few years later during one of the budget processes. It just hasn't gotten past the gate.
Right.
But we can dig in and really spell out what the components are.
Yeah, we've got a public number in a public report with zero context.
Yep.
Right? So
For sure.
What are we building? What are we getting for $30.3 million?
Yeah.
I'd really like some detail on that.
For sure, and I think it's on our list for the CPTF capital needs, so that's another good opportunity for us to bring that forward for you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Going back to the buses then, a couple of questions. So there's quite a lot of dollars here in terms of purchases, whether we get funding partners or not. Can you remind me if we buy vehicles on debt, or is it a direct tax dollar purchase? Do you know? Maybe Ms. Padbury knows. I don't know if we use debt to buy vehicles or not.
It depends on the vehicle that you're purchasing. Like, I believe we've used debt for LRVs, but not necessarily debt for buses, and we don't typically use debt for, like, other fleet.
So that becomes a question. If we've got, even if we do have 50-50 partners, quick math says somewhere around $400 million in buses before the 300 more buses to fill up that bus garage. So if that requires operating, that's different than debt.
Well, exactly. So there's the service hour cost to operate them, and then the capital cost for the purchase.
Right.
And we'd want to smooth it out, so we're not doing a big 200 in a year. That's not.
But if the
good
capital
fleet
cost is
renewal.
coming out of the operating budget,
I see what you're saying.
yeah,
Yep.
then we've got an operating question. So then my next question is, there's a $16.1 million operating budget increase to provide the 4750 hours, provided we have the buses. Do we have the operating cost of the bus garage, an operating cost of capital estimate yet?
I think that will be worked on as the design, we get further along in the design, we'll start to build that for the next budget cycle, that operating impacts service package, really on the garage operations, not necessarily the buses that go into them.
So I'm not saying that we can't or we shouldn't do these things. Transit system, vital, we've had those conversations, the operating imperatives, why we do this, why we don't. I'm not arguing about any of that. My concern, though, is that we have debt ceiling issues, we have debt service issues, we have operating budget issues, which relate to tax increase issues, and we've got parts of a plan which says this is kind of what we need, but we don't have a very, very detailed point-by-point operating versus capital budget plan that we ought have before we overcommit to other things.
Yeah, and I think on that point, Councillor, this was about awareness and sharing information, not asking for anything at this point in time while we learn more about these other tools. I totally appreciate your feedback. We would bring forward much more detailed items at the time that we want to start talking about moving things forward.
Well, my time's just about up. My concern, though, is that in the meantime, requests come for dollars get allocated, and then we don't have the dollars for this stuff when we finally get the detail. So that's my concern, is that we need to have it all in front of us before we commit to any other one thing, and not have the ability to commit to this thing.
That's very helpful feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Paquette. I just wanted to ask about the bus garage. I heard around 700 million, and the cost seems significant. Is that because it's a net zero building?
There's many factors contributing to the cost. It will be an emissions neutral facility per the climate resilience policy of the council, and it does have implication in the capital cost for sure.
And I'll just add, Councillor, because the federal grant came from the Zero Emission Transit Fund, there's infrastructure additions to facilitate those zero emission buses that are significant cost drivers. So I think if, let's say 8 years ago, if we were doing this and we said we're going to put diesel buses in there, the cost framework would be lower. So some of this isn't just the physical shell, but it's all the supportive infrastructure drives the cost up.
Well, you answered my second question already. Thank you very much for anticipating that. And then what about retrofitting current buses? Is that to net zero or emission neutral? Is that possible?
Yeah, so we have a trial going of a dual fuel technology between hydrogen and diesel. And I feel like we're at a really interesting point where we're gathering more data about what does it look like for battery electric buses, hydrogen fuel cell electric buses, dual fuel, and then hopefully we can make an informed decision with you about, this is what we recommend going forward. So I'd like to get through this winter and get some really good winter performance data. We know other winter cities in Canada also are trialing some of these fuel types, so we're going to try and pull in that feedback as well.
Okay, so do you need direction to come back to council with that information, or that's just something that will naturally occur?
I think we can bring it forward once we have that analysis completed. We don't need the direction. We can do that.
Okay, great, thank you. That's it for me, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. So maybe people will be surprised that I'm asking this question, but as we look at future expansion, some of these funds, is there a door open potentially for a sort of corporate partnership for BRT lanes, or is that something we would want to keep in-house? Like to have a third party, essentially operate the infrastructure and the vehicles for dedicated BRT lanes?
Yeah.
Or would we want to keep that in-house? Is it too complicated because it's not a separate like property line like a train?
Yeah, it's integrated in with the network, so it would be a bit more complex, I think, to administer. When you have very distinct service layers, like our on-demand transit service, that was an opportunity, very well carved out, clear parameters. The Valley Line extensions, same thing. But when it's integrated into the bus network, I'd have to reflect on that a bit more. I think it would introduce some complexities.
Yeah, and I just add, Councillor, we have explored that. We do that. That's on the bigger scale, like LRT P3 type projects, where you look at that financing model and what makes sense from a full life cycle. So you'd really have to explore and look at, for those smaller scale, does it make sense as a city too? That'd be part of that exercise.
Yeah, you'd have to absolutely have like surety on it, exactly where you want that line to go, and it's going to operate for the next 50 years right on that line.
And value for who might come to the table to bring offers forward on how that could work from a private model too.
Yeah, so maybe a bit tricky. Okay, and then just to follow up on Councillor Principe's question about some of these cost increases due to different factors, as far as like electrification or solar panels or whatever it might be, hydrogen stuff. Is there going to be sort of like a high-level analysis of like, okay, so here's the added cost, but here's the savings over time that sort of overcome those costs, or no?
Councillor, are you specifically referring to the garage?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we always do life cycle analysis, especially under the climate resilience policy. The objective is to look at both our emissions from a life cycle perspective and the capital investment that's required. And so we do look at that. I just wanted to point out that we haven't seen cost increases since we haven't set a budget for the project. At this point, we're still in design, and so we're advancing per our methodology.
Okay, and just as a matter of practice, I mean, is that something that we look at when we're looking to add sort of these environmental or envelope concerns or anything like that, that we look at what the life cycle cost is, what the recovery is, and if we're going to go forward, do we have systems in place that ensure that we actually get a return on our investment compared to what would be a build that didn't have any of these considerations?
So the life cycle analysis is built into our policy. It is not built into our financial systems. And so from that perspective, we're not looking for cost recovery as much as documenting and understanding that our investment is bringing, and we look at more than just the financial aspect, right? It's the environmental, it's the, and all the other kind of components of climate resilience. And so from that perspective, we're not solely looking at a cost recovery, and we don't necessarily build that into the models, but we do look at the life cycle cost and the life cycle of the facility that we build to that policy.
Okay, and I guess where I'm coming from is if there is a benefit to be had that does lead to cost recovery and it requires maybe a little bit more investment up front, but we get that benefit long term, maybe that's something we should take seriously.
Absolutely, and to be honest, the policy itself is based on that very premise that all of our investment up front in our facilities will save the city from a cost perspective, utility, but also carbon levies and all of these things over time.
So that was my understanding, and so in response to Councillor Principe's question, and I just think that when those questions are raised, maybe we should include that information that, yeah, there is a little bit extra cost up front, but that's because we get better yields over time.
Noted.
Yeah, okay. And then to transit really quickly, the same thought that when we have these sort of important reports, that we include sort of that economic impact that transit gives us, that positive stuff.
Yes, I agree. And I was at an event on Monday where, again, there was some updated national research that I think we can pull in. And there was an academic from the University of Toronto estimating the economic impact now is almost in the range of $6 to $7 for every dollar invested. So I want to dig in and get the source document for that too.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. Yeah, that'd be a good thing to talk about. So last question, or set of questions. Have we explored or will we explore the leasing of buses? And this is something that came up many times at the hydrogen conference, was bus manufacturers that were interested in lease options. So I'm not sure if that has come up or not.
Yeah, it's on the radar. We did a little bit of that exploration when we brought the fleet report earlier this year. So no firm answer or direction on that, but it's definitely in the suite of tools. We can explore that and, again, bring updates forward to council.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's all for me. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you. You have questions?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Oh, okay, perfect.
To receive this report, CO02481, for information.
Thank you. And I think we covered most everything. Maybe someone has something that they want to speak to, but we'll find out. No? Okay, great. Please vote. Unless Councillor Tang wants to close? No? Okay.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote.
I am not sure why that's not coming up, but it was carried unanimously.
And that is carried. Now we have some housekeeping stuff to do, so I'll go to Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I guess I would like to move the order of the day to recess at 11:30 to accommodate. Do I have to explain why? Okay, to accommodate a few of us from committee who's attending the previous luncheon at 11:30. Just in terms of a quorum issue and given the agenda today, I wanted to move that. I also understand, given we have speakers today, that we wanted to bring forward item 7.7. 7.7, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, so the first is the order of the day. If I can move that.
Can we do them as one motion? Do you mind?
Oh, he says, yeah.
We don't.
Okay. So I guess order of the day to recess at 11:30 and then to move 7.7 as the next item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions? No? Whenever you're ready, Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead and vote. And both can include it as this is agenda management.
We have all the votes.
Okay, and please display the vote.
That was carried unanimously.
And that is carried with apologies for the folks who are raring to go and coming up front, but here we go, 7.7, and we'll get a presentation so that we can hear from speakers. And I believe you're backlit, but I believe that's Sandy up there? Yeah, okay, great. So Sandy's here as well. Okay, perfect.
Councillor, administration actually doesn't have a presentation or opening remarks, but I will share that we have Mr. Jaraki, Mr. Carey from the real estate team, we have Mr. Comia from our housing team, and we have Ms. Thurston and Ms. Jiwa online from our legal team to support any questions following registered speakers.
Okay,
Thanks.
perfect. So we have 3 speakers, and I don't know if we want to put them in a panel. Yep, okay, so we'll have the clerk help direct you, but please come on down. You've been selected. for The Price is Right. Okay, so that would be Barb Spencer, Sandy Pond, and Michael Dubb. And depending on your presentations, you may get a chance to spin the big wheel. Is that way too old a reference for everyone? Okay. Okay, so we will start with Barb Spencer, and you will have 5 minutes. You've all been here before, so I don't think I have to give the public speaker speech. But fun fact, we actually have someone in this room who was on The Price is Right at one point. Okay, so please go ahead.
Good morning and thank you. I would like to take a moment just to thank City Administration for journeying with us after we submitted an application for the purchase of this land. They have been very insightful and generous in their guidance towards us, both in regards to the purchase of the land and also in relationship to the purpose-built building that we're looking at. I do know that there's a report in front of you for consideration, and City Administration did ask us to be available to answer questions, and so I will leave my remarks really quite brief. I would very much like to entertain a question around the Mitchell Reed auction house, if you would like, at some point in this conversation. And just from a clarity standpoint, the building, the purpose-built building, moves our women's program that is presently in the Gibson block to this particular location. And it is a women's short-term accommodation and transitional housing that we would be proposing to have in this building, if in point of fact we are able to access the land. The reason that we've come forward at this point in time is I'm sure you all know that in the journey of financing and also in the journey of grants and contribution agreements from every level of government, especially province and federal, that we require land before we can look and explore the options of financial viability and different ways to, in point of fact, be able to construct this building. There is a point of clarity as well that I'd like to make. We're asking this not to secure operational dollars. I have operational dollars for this building, and they're long-term secured, both from a standpoint of the affordable housing component and also from a standpoint of what would be on the third floor, which is really our services, our business services units that are presently housed in Alex Taylor School, a building we do not own, but a building that we're responsible for all capital and operational costs, which brings us average to $800,000 a year investing in a building that we don't own. And so I will conclude my remarks at this moment. I know that Sandy Poon is here as a speaker to speak on behalf, and Michael Dubb, again, to speak or to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you very much for your time.
Perfect, thank you. So, Ms. Pond, you go ahead. You have 5 minutes, and just so you know, the last contestant ended at 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that last time. Anyway, thank you for City Council members to listen to us. I'm Sandy Pond, the co-founder and current chair of the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative Society. CTC's mandate is to assist to drive the Chinatown plan with the city and community members to increase vibrancy and sustainability of Edmonton Chinatown. E4C's WEAC, Women Emergency Accommodation Center, has been a fantastic neighbor since 1994 in Chinatown. In the past couple of weeks, CTC helped to facilitate conversations with E4C and Chinese community stakeholders, businesses, and leaders. Organizations such as the Greater Edmonton Chinese Community Foundation and the Chinese Benevolent Association, which I'm also part of, are stewards of many Chinese community assets, such as the senior housing, across the E4C's future location. Based on community feedback, we are incredibly pleased to see E4C to bring in much needed new construction in the area. The new build, with more employees and residents, will bring economic benefits to the small businesses and social vibrancy and utilizations of the amenities and park space, along with community safety. The E4C project will also encourage other developments in the quarters of South Chinatown. E4C is an exemplary neighbor. The cleanliness, the attention they conduct around their property, and the respect they have for the neighbors. E4C is a model for non-for-profit organizations in the region. On behalf of the CTC and many community stakeholders, we would encourage our city and council to approve the E4C's ask and proposal for their new building and land purchase in Chinatown. Thank you.
Thank you, and you came in at 3:10. You are the leader at this point. So it's not a competition. Michael, take your full 5 minutes if you like.
I'm just here to answer questions, so I probably will win that one.
All right. Well, I think you won the jackpot. So we'll go now to questions of speakers, if there are any. Councillor Tang, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So the demolition of the historic building was actually on my list for administration, but since you brought it up, Ms. Spencer, feel free to, would love to hear your perspective on that.
Thank you for the question. I kind of baited that, didn't I, as well? You know, I come from a family that from a small community, and we have had for very many years as a historical site society. And so the value of our historical resources, especially from both from an event standpoint and a structure standpoint, I take very seriously, as can be demonstrated by E4C's historical resource, which is the Gibson block, and our maintenance of that Gibson block, and also our 20-plus year location at Alex Taylor School, which is also on the historical resources list, although not designated. And so I take great pride, and so does E4C, in our ability to maintain those resources. So, Councillor, I went and looked at the building. I went inside, I wandered through, I looked at the outside. You know, the main foundation is crumbling, and there's a sub-foundation in the basement. I looked at the size of the rooms, because perhaps we could have done something in relationship to transitional housing. But the size of the kitchen was like a gallery-sized kitchen. I looked at it and I just said, I can't make this work. But what I can do, because again, of my own personal history and the history of our organization, is I can propose that we do a community garden. And for those of you who know, we have been an active community gardener at Alex Taylor School. We have a wonderful community garden at the back. And so I could create a community garden that would have, in so many ways, in its design, a respect of the Mitchell Reed auction house and the Reed family history within the quarters area. And so we have two amateur, I'm told, but historians that have actually gone to the archives to start to discover the real history of that family and the real history of their footsteps within the quarters. And we will build a community garden with, as defined by city administration, a monument, and I went, a monument, but it will be, in point of fact, through the design and through some interpretive plaques so that we can commemorate. What I do know about an auction house, because I come from a farming community, is an auction house is a place where community gathers. And so my suggestion of having a community garden is also where neighbors gather. And so that's the connection that I could make, because otherwise to look at that and try to save it was compromising the whole footprint of the purpose-built building that we were looking at developing.
So certainly you've looked at all your options, including retrofitting this historic building, but it's just not viable. And so as part of the land sales agreement, the report says that you'll include the plaque, the artwork, or other items. So when you say other items, the community garden is what I'm hearing is what you've landed on.
Yeah, the community garden is part of our plan.
Oh, I see.
How the community garden, I mean, obviously it's plots, right?
Yeah,
Raised plots, but there's some opportunity to design in a way that's complementary to what we find out about the Reed family and about the auction house. There's ways to do that, to give people a feel. And again, for me, it's how do you create a place that represents the legacy of the Reed home and the Reed presence in the quarters. How do you create that? It is part of E4C's DNA to do community development work.
Yeah.
And so a community garden just seemed to be, okay, I think I found my sweet spot in regards to being respectful. You know, I asked our architect what it would cost to lift that building up, move it over, put a new foundation in, do the renovations so I could use it for some purpose. An isolation from its compromise to our footprint of the new proposed building. And, you know, it was estimated, because they've done it before, could cost us close to $1 million.
Just to do,
I'm also an organization that does school lunches.
Yeah.
We're in, 42 schools in Edmonton providing lunches to, 16,000 kids are eligible for those lunches. I can buy a lot of lunches.
Yeah,
for $1 million.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very comprehensive and very thoughtful.
Great, thank you. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would really just like to speak at length about how great this project is, but I will phrase my comments in the form of questions. I was just hoping you could speak a little bit more about what I think is a really exciting feature of this project, which is that you're consolidating your office administrative staff on site. Can you talk a little bit more about, roughly how many new, professionals, office workers that would bring to the area?
The number of staff that we presently have in the footprint at Alex Taylor School is 70 plus. It depends on the day because we also do training, so some days that could go over 100 people a day. Those are professional staffs, both from a human services sector standpoint, social workers, program managers, but it is also where all of our administration offices are, so HR professionals, our communications and marketing, all of our financial component are there. And then most of our program managers for the approximately 18 programs that we operate within the city, I will call their offices or their paperwork offices are in point of fact within that footprint. And so our idea behind it, I'm sure all of you have experienced some old schools. Part of an old school is that everyone is in separate classrooms. And so part of my strategy was, and I worked with Stantec, to do the strategy around what the footprint of the third floor should look like in regards to having an opportunity to have a more cohesive group. And so the third floor is very much designed. We did that design with PCL during COVID, very much designed from the professionals' input into what they felt that their work space should look like.
Great.
And so that third floor really is purpose-built versus a school that you're sitting in where you have isolated classrooms on the end of the hallway.
Great, thank you so much. And maybe just to Mr. Dubb, thanks again for joining us today. Could you speak a little bit about how the building responds to the park? I believe it's immediately adjacent to Kinistenau Park.
Yeah, one of the things that's really unique about the site is that it sits adjacent to Kinistenau Park, which the city has recently redeveloped beautifully, and we really see this as a unique opportunity to consolidate lots that aren't currently consolidated in a way that will enhance that park and build on the strength that's already there. So it's it's wonderful to see the investment in the neighborhood, but we really think that park could use more activation, and so this building is being designed in a way that is really about trying to introduce mixed uses along those urban edges and turn this into a civic feeling building for a civic park next to it. And we really think that it can be a contributor towards creating more vitality in the neighborhood.
Wonderful, thank you. No further questions for me.
Great, thank you. And I see no other question on the board, so thank you very much. We'll now move to questions for administration, if there are any. I see a question from Councillor Principe. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Paquette. I do have questions about this. First of all, what is the percentage of affordable housing in the area?
Maybe turn it over to Mr. Comia to answer that question.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Currently, it's 21.5%. There's a slight increase with this new development to 21.9%.
Okay, so it's already over the ideal number that we're looking for in each neighborhood. Okay, and then I do want to ask about the it being a historic resource. Can someone explain to me the point of designation if it can be demolished?
Councillor, I can start and others can weigh in if I get anything wrong. Ultimately, this is on our inventory of historic resources. It's not actually formally designated. As part of the sales listing, we had a preference for the building to become designated, and you'll note that through many of our sales offerings, we do balance city building outcomes. In this instance, we had worked with the proponent for a great deal of time, and they've identified as was already outlined by Speaker Ms. Spencer, that it wasn't feasible to retain the building as part of the development. But again, there are some efforts being placed on ensuring that there is components of the development that speak to the importance of the building that was on site.
Okay, so it's on the city's list, but it's not designated.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, very, very briefly, just following up on the question around the targets. So recognizing Boyle Street is exceeding the 16% target, which, is again a guideline, not a cap in any way. I think for me there's an interesting dynamic in the area in that we are anticipating much more residential development to come in future years. Is that fair?
Yeah, there's a few lots there that's undeveloped, and there's a potential that there will be market housing that will be built in the future.
Right, so even right now, sort of the proportion may be, again, exceeding 16%, but over time, sort of that absolute number of units will likely shift as new market units are added.
That's correct, and it's also important to know that the current proposed building, will be consolidating some of the units that's surrounding the Gibson's block and also the Alex Taylor School into one building.
Right, that's a good point. So many of these spaces exist already in Gibson block, so it's not necessarily a net increase, or the net increase is less than the total of units that are being provided.
And sorry, another factor is there's also market commercial units that's being built on the site as well that will generate more foot traffic in the area.
Great. Thank you so much. No further questions for me.
Great, thank you. Councillor Tang.
Well, I was just going to move the recommendation that the sale of land in the quarters, Boyle Street, lots 20 to 23, Block A, Plan D, and lots 32 to 35, Block A, Plan D, and portion of the rear lane all, as outlined in Attachment 1 of the October 30th, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02652 to Edmonton City Center Church Corporation on the terms and conditions outlined in Attachment 2 of this report be approved, and that the agreements be in form and content acceptable to the city manager.
Okay, so we have Councillor Principe. You have a few more questions? Oh, just to speak. Okay. And anyone else? We'll start with Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Paquette. So this is really tough because this is a wonderful project. The work you do, fantastic. I understand the demand and the need for this, and I appreciate what you do for our community. However, I am concerned with the demolishing this building. It's on the historic list that we heard today, and also we are above our ideal number. We're looking for 16% I realize it's not a cap. We discussed this several times. However, we are looking to have 16% affordable housing in all communities. And we're trying to spread it evenly around the city so that everyone has the ability to have affordable housing within their community. Probably my biggest concern is the demolishing of a historic building. I would hope that if this doesn't pass, that we can work with you to find another area, another parcel of land that would work for you and the good work you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I'm going to maybe reverse order so that Councillor Stevenson can close. So I will just say this is a really wonderful project and much needed. It's deeply appreciated. And I'm not sure if any conversations have been had with Fort Edmonton about potentially relocating. I'm not sure if this matches sort of the historical examples of buildings that they're looking for, but it might. So that's one option. And you know, I share Councillor Principe's concern about the fact that we don't have a ton of historical buildings that have been maintained in Edmonton, and this is one of them. And the cost to maintain and bring it back up to spec, you know, if no one is interested in doing that, there's not a lot we can do, except for maybe the city purchasing it and doing the upgrades ourselves, which I don't think anyone's going to vote for in these budgetary times, given the nature of the building. So while I do share that concern, I do see that you know, the quarters was sort of developed as a bit of a residential and commercial play, and then all of the investment moved over when the arena conversations began. So this is a way to ensure that we get more development in the area, we get more people in the area who can utilize the services that already exist, and to also shop and be part of the community and the commerce in the area. So I'm happy to support this, and I will end there because I see that Councillor Carmel's on the board. We've got limited time.
Great, thank you. I wasn't going to say anything, but I heard mention of Fort Edmonton Park, and I just wanted to kind of nip that in the bud, because the park has no capacity, so if that building was going to get moved, someone's got to come up with the cost to pick it up and move it, and it's not E4C, and it's not Fort Edmonton Park. So I'm really sorry, Councillor Paquette. It's a nice idea, but they're in as much trouble as anybody else is these days. And while I have the floor, I just want to, I too have an apprehension about losing the historical building and the historical, you know, aspects of the development. It's the oldest part of the city. This is going to happen. And it is unfortunate, but I think that there's you know, a greater good piece here that this development should be supported. I also think that there's the potential that this begins to catalyze more development in that neighborhood. We've done just about everything we can do as an administration to try to jumpstart development in, frankly, a neighborhood that is blocks away from the core of the city. So that has its own LRT station now. That you know, so I think we need to do everything we can to try to incent development in that area, and try to begin to leverage the investments we've already made in that infrastructure, in that LRT station. So you know, we don't have a lot of money, we got a lot of land, and so our part of this is kicking in the land, and I think it's a good idea. So leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Stevenson. And if we might go a little over 11:30, is that okay? Yep, okay.
Great, thank you so much. I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to speak to this item. It's one that I'm really excited about, recognizing that it's not without its trade-offs. I appreciate my colleagues highlighting some of the historical impact that will result from this approval. I was really pleased to hear the very genuine commitment to honor that legacy, to honor the history, and I think that when we think about, as I've served on the Edmonton Historical Board over the past 3 years, you know, connected also with our Heritage Council as well, when we think more broadly about what heritage can mean in our community, I think it is really reflected in the work that E4C is committing to in terms of creating a gathering space, honoring the past by activating connection in the present. So again, not without its trade-offs, but you know, put by Councillor Cartmel, I think a greater good to be achieved by moving down this path. For me, this is such an exciting example of the city, the community, and the social sector coming together to deliver something truly beautiful and long-lasting in our community. I first want to acknowledge administration for their excellent work on this. I heard over and again from our partners at E4C just what an excellent yes and approach was taken from all parts of administration that touched this project. So really want to recognize the flexibility and creativity that you all brought to this project. I think the phenomenal outcome is evident in the work that you've done, so thank you for that. Also really want to thank the community. Sandy, it means so much that you're here today. I think it speaks beautifully to the sense of community that is there, and to have you embrace this development is heartwarming. It's fantastic, and I think speaks to how well-run temporary accommodation can be a net benefit in a community. It can be positive. Again, it's operated in the area for years and very successfully without creating any impact. So I think you're a great example for other communities that maybe have fear and trepidation about these types of facilities coming to their neighborhood, and really showing that leadership in what it can mean in a positive way for a community. And finally, really want to thank E4C and your design partners for the vision that you've brought forward to us today. It's a stunning building. As again mentioned by my colleague, I truly think it can be an anchor to continue building the momentum in the quarters. It will have a very positive impact in the immediate area, but also enable you to continue providing the incredible services that you do for thousands of Edmontonians across the whole city. So delighted to lend my support to this, and hope to see the same from my committee colleagues. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And okay, and please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried 3-1. So we have items 7.2 and 7.4, I believe, for this afternoon.
7.2, 7.4, yes.
And otherwise, spay new to your pets. We are on recess. call. Councillor Tang is present.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Carmel, are you online? No, on your way perhaps. Okay. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. And I am here. And Mayor Soy is away on city business. So I was supposed to say business. So that's appropriate too. We'll move to 7.2 if there's a presentation.
We just have short opening remarks.
Okay, great.
So good afternoon. So the report before you provides a summary of the proposed updates to policy C598, infrastructure asset management. The current policy is focused on infrastructure assets and provides guiding principles for the application of asset management practices and procedures. The most significant change in the report before you is the transition from an infrastructure asset management policy to an asset management policy. The updated policy now encompasses all assets, with data being the main addition. The policy update incorporates the recommendation of the capital asset management audit as well. The policy has also been streamlined and now contains the principles of service-focused, sustainably oriented, whole life cycle decision-making, and integrated. These principles are supported by the new procedure and an updated strategic infrastructure asset management plan. The strategic infrastructure asset management plan guides the corporation in applying the asset management policy and asset management best practices to infrastructure assets. If a detailed asset-specific asset management plan is not available, the strategic plan will be used as the default asset management plan. This work is not completed in isolation. Asset management encompasses the systems and integrated activities of the City of Edmonton, which are used to realize value for our assets. The system includes strategic plans, levels of service objectives, corporate policies, asset management plans, the life cycle activities of planning, acquisition, operations, maintenance, renewal, divestment, and enablers such as governance processes, people, data, and tools. So the updated policy, procedure, and strategic asset management plan are important in managing Edmonton's resources in an efficient and effective manner, allowing for sound investment in the assets we manage on behalf of our citizens. And with that, just introduce Clem Young and Murray Johnson, who will be here to answer questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I see that we are joined in person by Councillor Stevenson, who was here in the morning as well, and Councillor Rutherford online. And I saw that we had Councillor Knack popping in and out, and right now he is out. So with that, we will move to committee for questions, and I believe Councillor Tang may have one or two.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. So very interesting report, and you know, kind of give me a chance to kind of dig deep a little bit into it, and I may require a couple rounds. So I guess this is the first policy update. Was it always slated for now, or was that delayed?
It was a slight delay, so
Okay.
the policy was first approved in 18, and would have been up for update, 2024, 2023 or 24. And so we had originally kind of thought mid-2024, so we're a bit late in bringing it forward. But it gave us the opportunity to incorporate the recommendations of the auditor, for example, and continue to do a bit more engagement internally.
So that was a big reason from the audit report, and now moving forward would be a regular course of practice.
Yeah, correct.
And then just on some of the principles, I did note. I'm curious why you took out the innovation and continuous improvement as a principle.
We took that out, Councillor Tang, as it's pretty much embedded in our regular ongoing work processes.
Okay,
as opposed to having.
Yeah, I guess it didn't quite seem like it was translating to the 4 new principle like the others are, but you're just saying from an implementation perspective, it's
part of what we do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we kind of consider continuous improvement, innovation as something that should be baked in everywhere.
Sure.
And so from that perspective, it wasn't specific to the asset management, but part of everything that we do.
Thank you. And then I'm wondering for the sustainability oriented, there's a lot of pieces. under that, how do you prioritize those different areas when it comes to asset decisions? Are there, I'm assuming you have tools and matrices that you use, but how do we ensure all those pieces are tangibly considered?
You're correct. So we would have tools that would prioritize that. For example, in the asset rationalization framework, we have as part of the framework, we have weightings associated with that. But I think it also depends on the asset that you're looking at in terms of applying the policy to.
Okay. Because it felt like a bit of a catch-all for a lot of different, like, accessibility, climate, resilient,
I think it's kind of like, and in this case, I think we have to look at the word sustainability in the sense of, is it, serving our purposes and in a way that is future-oriented? And so from that perspective, there is a lot to consider in sustainability of assets, right?
Okay.
And as Clem mentioned, I think it's going to be context-specific, asset-specific, asset types, where the balance between the different elements will be used to prioritize or inform our asset management strategies.
All right, okay, thank you. And then for under the integrated piece, you talk about the regional and intergovernmental considerations there. I guess I'm just, how are you taking that into consideration? This is something I was interested in, but we didn't really get a chance to dig into during the capital and operating funding shortfall report. When it comes to assets that, folks from the region really use all the time, there may be assets, and I'm actually not even aware what assets do we have that is shared with our regional partners. We have tools like the intermunicipal collaboration framework. How does agreements like that, I guess, manage the expectation of, management between municipalities?
Yeah, I don't think we're at a point where it is a part of our decision-making, especially in the more relationship-based organization. In the sense of intergovernmental relationships, we also make decisions based on grant opportunities and priorities of other levels of government, for example. And so those have to be taken into account into our asset management decisions, which I think is potentially more what you'll see from that bullet on the under integrated, is also looking at how we manage our assets within the larger framework of other levels of government and what they can support.
I was even just, I know we're almost at time, but even the item we had this morning on transit, we talked about some of those funds may come into opportunity for renewal as an example of that. So that's what we mean by that too, looking for those opportunities.
Fair enough, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to join Councillor Tang in maybe a round or two of questions. Really appreciate this work coming forward. I think Councillor Tang touched on it a bit, but I'd welcome some further elaboration in terms of understanding how this fits with some of our other policies. Because I think what I'm not necessarily seeing, and I might be misunderstanding, is that this seems to be focused on individual assets rather than like our whole portfolio when it comes to asset rationalization. So just wondering how you see using this document to consider both of those, the individual assets, but then sort of our asset base as a whole.
I can start and then please jump in. So the policy is definitely meant to cover our strategies as the program and as an owner of more than $30 billion of assets. And so while it provides directions or guidance that can be used for individual assets, it is meant to guide us in decision making that supports how we make the best use of the portfolio of assets for this city. And so from that perspective, it is a lot around how we make decisions, how we manage or how we embed continuous improvements to make better decisions, how we look at levels of service to guide those decisions. And so it's often about, it's more about those kind of systems. And then as you'll see in the Strategic Infrastructure Asset Management Plan, asset rationalization framework is part of it. as, again, a guiding document as to how we're going to make decisions related to our assets. Clem, Marie?
Yeah, it's supposed to apply to both individual assets and to the portfolio. So on page 17 of the Strategic Infrastructure Asset Management Plan, where it provides a graphic or a framework for asset management, you'll see in the graphic where it has planning, acquisition, operations, renewal, and divestment. That applies to individual assets, but then you also see that it's enveloped by asset portfolio.
Okay, and then I think that, again, one of the complexities is, well, and maybe actually I'll get into that a bit later, but so that helps. I'm wondering too around, sort of broadening out this policy to include all assets, and how do we mitigate the risk that we establish really rigorous procedures that can address the most complex of our assets, while recognizing that we have some pretty straightforward assets that maybe need less complexity? Is there a scalability in how this can be approached?
Yeah, definitely, and this is where, so the strategic asset management plan is basically highlighting how we will manage each asset, but then in the case of either sub-portfolios or more complex elements, we have developed asset management plans that are related directly to that. So as an example, we have one for facilities. And so it goes into a little bit more detail about how, as a city, we make the best use of our facility from an asset perspective. What does it mean from a operations, maintenance, and all of the steps, acquisition, disposition, all of that. And so those are for complex assets, whereas others, you will not see an asset management plan that relates to park benches, for example. Those are very straightforward and are covered by the principles that are highlighted in the strategic plan.
Okay, great. Just sort of wondering, and I think, I think I'll just come around because there's a line of questioning that I think works better altogether. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
We always love a good narrative. Councillor Principe, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Paquette. I have a few questions. So on page 8 of attachment 3, it says, I think it's 8 to 10.5% poor or very poor. How does that compare to other jurisdictions? Is that like what you would typically see in a city this size? Is it higher than what you would normally see?
So in general, we're actually quite proud of our 8 to 10%. It's actually not a bad number at all. In particular, if you consider the rest of the green area of the portfolio. So we're doing very well in maintaining a good set of asset condition across the board, and a minimum number of assets in poor condition. Keeping in mind, an asset that is in poor or very poor condition does not mean it's automatically unsafe. There are things that we do to make sure that we can mitigate any kind of safety issues, like lowering speeds on rough roads, or in some cases we would shutter something. But 10% of a vast portfolio of 34 billion is actually a very small number, considerably, considering the size of it. I'm actually, as an asset manager, more concerned about the facilities portfolio, where we see a lot of yellow. That's a very vast portion of a portfolio that we need to watch, which is why we've talked about asset rationalization and dedicated renewal and such.
Okay, so on the topic of asset rationalization, and I was looking at the options analysis of how it's determined, but do you ever consider equitably, as in areas of the city, or different, like how many buildings are considered historic? Like we were talking about the historic designation earlier today. We have a list of the historic ones that we really want to hold on to? Like, I really want to get an understanding of, and also those historic buildings, which ones are, something that would be just too costly to repair? Do we have that? Will we be seeing that? Is that something we should ask an audit for?
So I don't believe an audit would be necessary. We have an inventory of our assets, and this is where I will be careful to point out that it is the city-owned assets and not all of the, there is a list of historical assets within the city. From our perspective, we have condition information related to the assets that are owned by the city and are historically designated. And we make decisions related to investment in those assets with very careful consideration of the heritage designations. And you'll see some different strategies. So we're just completing the renewal of the Ortona Armory in Rossdale. And so that's a historical asset that we have invested in to renew and rehabilitate in a very, very extensive way. And it will be reopened shortly. Hangar 11, the strategy was chosen for sale and disposition. Unfortunately, so other things happen, but it just shows that we have to consider in the asset rationalization framework, which shows that there are different ways that we can continue to support the asset, but the historic aspect is definitely part of that.
So those are two good examples with Ortona and Hangar 11. So one is more of an arts hub and the other one is more of a historical military hub. Do we do any equitable decision-making like that? Like, do we have many arts-focused assets and not very many military-focused assets? Or is that ever considered?
So the historical designation themselves are done.
Sorry to interrupt. Not necessarily historical.
Okay.
Sorry, just in general, just our in general assets.
So not from that perspective, I would say. We look more at the service, and so we tend in the context that we're in with the facility portfolio as an example being funded at 21%, I believe, of ideal. We mostly looked at the priorities related to service. And so that's where some of the decisions that were made in the past would have been different under this context. And I'll give you the example of Ortona. May not have been rehabilitated if the decision was made today. Right? It was made under a different context and where the funding situation was different. So to your question, Councillor Principe, we do consider heritage. We do consider what the purpose of the facility is when we make decisions. We will look at the service levels in different areas of the city, but it doesn't mean that it's going to lead to an investment, but it could lead to a decision that is appropriate for that area. And so to encourage replacement, if the asset still doesn't make sense to invest in it, we want to make good decisions that are considering all the options in front of us.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So, if this is not the time for this, let me know. I know we're talking about policy and plans. Bridges. So a couple things come to mind. First of all, Wellington Bridge. And the comment was just made that just because something is in poor or very poor condition, whatever phrases we're using, doesn't mean that it's unsafe. It means other things can be done. Things like reducing the load level rating on that bridge. So, as an example, could we close that bridge to truck traffic? Could we reduce the speed limit on that bridge? Could we buy a few years on that bridge so that its rehabilitation is outside of all of the LRT work and outside of the Imagine Jasper work?
So absolutely, those are all considerations that we take into account when we develop the plans for individual assets. We do look at the context in which they sit, how we articulate the programs of work so that we avoid as many conflicts as we can, or disruptions that would have similar impacts to the community. Unfortunately, there are limits to what we can stretch an asset, and in the particular case of the Wellington Bridge, we have hit that limit. We've put in a lot of efforts in the shoring of the bridge. It is under continuous or monitoring. And so from that perspective, this is where that particular asset, in the context of everything, still needs to be prioritized for replacement. But we have considered everything that you have mentioned in the context of Stony Plain Road being closed, in LRT construction, everything else.
So I'm not going to belabor this. We talked about this last week, but it's not just the community. That's not just a Glenora thing. That's a Southwest Edmonton thing, right? Because there's very few routes, and 2 of them are bunged, right?
We absolutely appreciate that,
Yeah,
and
okay.
we are aware of the importance of that corridor. We have looked extensively at other strategies, and unfortunately, it's not possible to stretch that asset beyond this kind of point in time.
This window.
Yes.
All right. So the next bridge is the high-level bridge. And I know you're still working on that. We don't have final numbers yet, but I was sifting through past reports, and I think the latest report was roughly a $200 million kind of a thumb on the scale, you know, for that bridge, for the rehabilitation of that bridge. It's got a historical designation. I think it's got a 100-year engineering thingamabob that's attached to it. But $200 million rehabilitation for a 2-lane crossing, right? It's kind of a Coliseum question. Do you renovate a bridge for $200 million, or do you build a new bridge for some amount less than that?
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. The high-level bridge is under planning and design at this point in time. We are planning to update council in the new year on that particular project.
So is this a better conversation for the new year then, all the bridges and all of that? I can stop if that's the case.
It will be.
Okay.
And it'll incorporate all from low level to Dawson to Wellington to high level and how it impacts everything around it. Yeah.
And through this lens of sometimes you can stretch, maybe this one we can't, that kind of a thing? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's fine for me.
Thank you, Councilor Carmel. Yeah, and I just want to follow up on that. Like, we've got bridges that have cost us $80-some million that function well. So a $200 million refurb seems like a lot, but that's the question then between letting it go to fail versus maintenance. And I like the chart you've got in here. Figure 7, but does that apply to all renewal projects? Because if it costs less to, like in the chart, you've got 10 million, 10 million, 10 million, 10 million segments. So, to have a strategic renewal, that's $20 million over a period of 27 years, which makes sense because the replacement cost is 30 million. But in some of these cases, I'm not sure if the math is mathing.
Yeah, I'll start, and Natalie's back here too. I can let her jump in on the bridge stuff too. But part of our evaluations when we look at it, and heritage status, yes or no, is cost and viability of restoring existing versus what do we need in the future for capacity to over the river. And part of our analysis that we're doing is not just when we renew what bridge and to what level, what do we need to cross the river and what makes sense holistically for all of these bridges. So even from the memo that we sent a while ago, there's been iteration and we're continuing to explore and look at all of that dimension holistically from all of those, if that helps.
Yeah, it does. We'll have the conversation in the future. What I want to ask about is what I didn't see in the report, and maybe I missed it, is a simple delta between deferral and the long-term cost versus the strategic renewal investment. And I know that this chart that I'm looking at sort of shows that, but not really. Because if we're going to the public and saying, look, we have to spend X amount of dollars on renewal rather than deferral, I would really like to be able to make that case to the public to show them, like, look, it doesn't just cost 4 times longer in the long term, but even right now it's going to cost more if we're just deferring. Because I'm not sure if that was a conversation that was had a few decades ago that got us into this. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll start, and that's a very good point. That is part fundamentally of what we look at, and I think Murray talked about, when we looked at the state of our assets compared to other cities, we're doing relatively well. But when we look at the number of our assets, the cost to maintain them at a certain service level, I think we're just as concerned about that fare category that may be trending towards poor because there's so much. So to your point, when we look at our assets and how we maintain them, it's not just where we are today, it's that future budgeting to maintain them at a reasonable place so that does not get more and more out of control and more unsustainable for us.
Right.
So we are looking at that from that perspective.
And in a lot of things, we're kind of in, like just the bridges conversation. We're in the same situation that we were in with transit. All of this deferral means that when the work finally gets done, it is expensive and disruptive. And I'm not sure if I saw that in the report. I did see a little bit of it, but not in clear black and white for the public to take a look at and understand.
Right, and I'll let the others jump in. This report was a little bit more of the strategy, the approach, the state today. There's other work going on around that very thing when we dive into more details on each asset category.
Okay, yeah. So one would hope that it's in the strategic communications as well, just as a, hey, listen, this is the reality of how cities function. And, you can have that conversation absent of the specific examples.
Point taken. And even when we bring back our capital investment outlook and the funding side of things, those elements will be part of that too.
Okay. I will move now to, I think we started with Councillor Tang, so we'll go back to Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Maybe just to continue on that thread of our asset conditions compared to other cities. So when you look at, I guess, our 8 to 10% overall, but then also the overall inventory, I think about currently we're still a pretty sprawling city compared to, say, Vancouver or Montreal, right? And we have so much roads and sidewalk to maintain. I was just kind of hoping you can elaborate. Do we have one of the largest inventory, for example? Do you know?
Comparatively, we are one of the bigger cities in Canada, and we definitely do sprawl, as you had mentioned. It's a challenging one to measure because most municipalities also include drainage in their numbers.
Oh, I see.
And drainage would be about half of the value of the city in
Oh,
general.
wow, okay.
So our numbers are, if we compare to Calgary, is significantly smaller because of that lack of drainage.
Gotcha.
But in general, we're about the same as Calgary in terms of the overall other assets.
Okay, that's very helpful context. Thank you. And then just back to my earlier question around kind of the region. Do we have any assets that's kind of shared? I'm just, now that I've went down this path.
So we don't typically share with other municipalities. I'm not aware of anything that we have shared. However, in terms of the regional sharing, we do consider other municipalities with the services that we deliver. So the arena service, they actually partner, I don't know if partner is the exact word, but they also consider the load that all the other arenas throughout the city can take when they plan out for the league. So they try to distribute a lot of that service to others where they can with the shared leagues, which helps with our ability to deliver that service.
Right.
The other aspect I would add is that we do have agreements with the province, for example, on certain roadways around maintenance and operations.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, I think that makes it a little bit clearer to me because maybe I'm thinking about a different trajectory. And then you mentioned there is this steering committee. Is this internal?
Yeah, so the steering committee is made up of branch managers within the city.
Okay. And then just sort of on the, now that this is asset across the board, but this is IIS-led report and policy, but kind of like this morning when we were talking about buses and garages, you will work obviously with because I'm thinking software, I'm thinking of electronics, I guess.
Yeah, correct. So the policy was changed from infrastructure asset management to asset management because we have a recognition that data is an asset that we can apply the same principles to. And so when we look at our asset management within the city, so the center of excellence is within IIS, but everything that we do is integrated with our colleagues from city operations, financial and corporate services, community services, to name a few.
Okay, got it. And then, as you say, like everyone plays a role. Can you just walk me through like how, if I'm in social development, or local economy, different departments, what does that look like?
Yeah, so social development would play a role related to how we use the asset, right? And so they give purpose to assets. And so from that perspective, they have a role to play related to how we prioritize them and how we need to invest in them, because it is service focused. So we want to make sure that we don't invest in assets that don't have a purpose, right? Mm-hmm. And so a lot of the roles that are played by the operators or animators of our assets really comes down to giving them purpose.
And then,
but Clem can elaborate a little bit more.
Yeah, I think the other key role that they have is actually to define the levels of service. So that the assets can meet those levels.
Okay, that's helpful because you do talk about that framework for service level. And then, please correct me if I'm wrong about this. We have a lot of smaller scale neighborhood. I'm thinking ice rinks managed by the community league and stuff. And, we have a tripartite agreement with the community, let's say. Is that part of, would this policy apply to this stuff like that?
I would say no.
Okay.
It is about the assets that are owned by the city. The principles around asset management, we would definitely look to our partners to embrace and kind of look at these documents that could help them understand everything they need to consider as they're managing their assets. But other than owned by the city, it becomes then more of a partnership, and then our policies do not necessarily apply. Right?
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Chair Paquette. I have a question about the audit. It says that an audit will go to audit committee. When does that happen? Can you remind me?
The audit was completed in 2023.
In 2023?
Correct.
And did it say that it will be coming to audit committee?
It was discussed at audit committee in...
Oh, sorry, yeah, the 2023.
Yeah.
So how often do we do this capital asset management every year?
The audit?
No. Just administration.
So
this asset
management is an ongoing practice. We report to council. Do we do infrastructure every 2 years? So we report to council on the condition of our assets every 2 years, and we will be looking at updating the policy on a regular basis. I believe it's every 4 years, 3 years. Thank you.
Okay, so like a report like this would come to council every 2 years?
Every 3 years.
Oh, every 3 years.
Because this is about the policy, and then separately you will receive the state of our infrastructure report.
Right, okay, yeah, thank you for explaining that.
And then layered into that, with our budget, when we look at growth, renewal, budget availability, priorities, you get elements of it through that process too.
Yeah, right, okay, thank you. And just one more thing I want to say I have here on page 29. I like the graph, exclamation point. So yeah, it's really easy to understand, so thank you.
Great, and I like those questions. So, but probably I'll also like the next questions from Councillor Cartmel.
I'm not sure you will. It's a bit of a repeat. Just following up on Councillor Tang's comments. So some of that, most of that infrastructure is constructed by community leagues, but it's on city land. So understanding that, building, operating, maintaining falls with the community league, that's our agreement. What about when it needs to be retired? Because I've got some facilities that are community league owned in the ward I represent that need to be retired, and you cannot get a grant to demolish something as a community league. So we have infrastructure withering on city land that's not being kept up.
We absolutely acknowledge that challenge.
Yeah.
It is a challenge of historically the city hasn't been good at retiring assets. And the asset rationalization framework is something that we've put in place so that we can make better decisions and really highlight when disposition, demolition, all of these things must move forward because they are the best and they are the best strategy for that asset. While the policies don't apply to our partners, we do look at working with them to understand, because it is ultimately our liability.
Yeah.
It is, we title them beneficially owned, because if they fall, if the community group or the partner cannot operate them anymore, and it becomes a city asset, and so we have to be ready to take them over. And so we do consider them as part of some of our strategies, especially like the asset rationalization framework and things like
And
that.
both through real estate and community services, who deal with a lot of these groups, we've been having talks at that executive level about that and making sure that we're looking and exploring at those risk factors for community as well as for us over time.
Okay, so that probably answers my next question. If somebody has a asset to retire, they should work up through that, through community services and declare that, I suppose, formally? Maybe?
That would be a good first step.
Good start. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I didn't like those questions. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think my next questions sort of relate to, I think, a broader challenge that I have sometimes mapping from the policy to the procedures to the documents. And so in the SAMP, I love, it starts off, this is about effective, transparent, data-driven infrastructure asset management system. But for me, none of those words are reflected in the principles of the policy. So that's where I'm struggling a little bit, and I'm not sure how to connect those dots, but wondering if you could maybe talk me through that. And to be clear, I think those are excellent. Effective, transparent, data-driven is great, but not seeing that being driven from the policy itself.
Okay. I think the policy states that we're adopting a formal, consistent, and repeatable approach. And so I guess it's, maybe interpretation or how we see the words being used in this case. By being formal, consistent, and repeatable, we are, looking at transparency, we are looking at effectiveness of our approach. And I don't know. Yeah, Clem, please.
Yeah, so the policy is intended to provide the principles to apply the asset management best practices, and the strategic infrastructure asset management plan helps activate those policies. And as part of that, again, referring to page 17 with that framework of asset management, you do have the enabling pillar of data, and that's where that would fit in.
Okay, interesting. And again, though, that pillar isn't in the policy. And that's where I think we struggle at this level, because our authority is effectively to the policy itself. And I think everything that's branched out from there is I have no problems with it. I think it's excellent. But again, not necessarily seeing how the decision that we're making in approving this policy, if it was a different set of folks across the table, would they come to the same conclusions and the same implementation that you are taking from this policy? And that's maybe a broader conversation. I don't think it's exclusive to this one, but I wonder even, some consistency in language so that there is that thread that can be drawn through. But again, probably a bigger conversation than for today. I maybe just wanted to dig in then a little bit more to Principle 1 around assets and service levels. And I think probably one of the challenges you have is defining that service level. I think that's not necessarily something that's been done consistently throughout the corporation. So is that work happening to kind of step up and meet where we're at with the asset management?
Yes, that work is happening. So the corporation is actually working on developing a levels of service framework, and it was actually one of the audit recommendations as well.
Okay. And it seems like a challenge, too, is that there's a bit of an iterative relationship between the assets we have and the service level we can have. Because I'm thinking about the snow and ice experience where we had these service levels, but then when we looked at the number of assets we had, we couldn't meet those service levels. And so we adjusted our service level to fit the asset. So is that iterative process able to happen?
Yes, but it would vary from asset type to asset type. So unfortunately, we're not able to dispose of road at this point in time. You know, our asset base grows and we're not able to, you know.
Small, like in
Oh,
Rossdale, a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in here a little bit too. And even when you look at some of the conversations we're having about structural budget issues, that purely gets at service level for dollars we have to provide the service.
Yeah.
So it will all interconnect, but it's taking that intentional approach to look at that.
Yeah, and I think, and I don't know if it does exist, but I think complementary policy on the service level side that explicitly links to this policy, that is clear about the relationship between those two, could be something helpful moving forward. Because it's very interwoven. I think it's not necessarily a linear. You can do one side of the equation first, and then figure out the other side. It's much more integrated. Yeah, I think. Oh, and just. No, that's okay. I think we'll have a conversation about that, just around how we define what services even are in terms of some of our nonprofit leasing, but I think there's some work happening on that front.
That's
okay.
correct, yeah.
Great, thank you.
I just wanted to suggest, Councillor Stevenson, that we can look at the language before the report goes to council, and we can look at if we can add those elements that you've mentioned from the asset management plan.
Great, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I just wanted to touch on the predictive measures, data gaps, things like that. How heavily are we going into that in order to sort of create some potential models for investment?
So we have a model for our our RIMS, so our risk-based infrastructure management system. Thank you. Acronyms
Rolls
today.
off the tongue.
Yeah. As you would see in the strategic infrastructure asset management plan, we do have a number of continuous improvement activities that we're undertaking, and a lot of it is about how we improve decision making. And so we continue to use RIMS to support decision making at the portfolio level, which means that it supports, once we know all of the condition of our assets, the model helps us determine where our investments should be made to make the best use of the funding that we have. And then we will continue to improve on that and improve on decision making. Right?
Okay, and the reason I'm asking is because I would assume that there's like, in those predictive models, you also have current use and predicted use. And so I do want to follow up on Councillor Stevenson's question about where can we sort of contract a little bit? Like, what do we allow, like, looking at the models, like, can we actually stop doing this thing because we see that it may not be adding as much value for the investment?
So we do have that. It would be more at the asset level. And so, for example, we have the pavement management system, which helps us make decision on road investment. We have another system to support facility investment. And so it's done at that level to understand what's the best treatment for that asset at that time. But models can only go so far. A lot of the context and the like you mentioned, predictive use, those are things that are really hard to integrate into a model. Yeah. But that's why we have some really good people that can then take these analysis and apply them, adding context like the city plan, the growth management framework, the structural budget issues, our investment levels. All of that is done through the analysis, and that's what you'll see, capital investment outlook and all of that coming over the next few years.
So the modeling can only take you so far in that predictive elements. Then we have to take that, filter it, and look at our priorities and bring that to you from those, is what we're trying to say. So it only goes so far.
A model might say, oh, just shut that down, and that is like completely unpalatable to the public.
Or a model will say, here's where this is going, and here's the type of investment to keep it running, and then we have to make that decision outside of the model to whether we should or not.
And hopefully the model isn't like, you know what, just 17 lanes, maybe 18 in the future. Just one more lane, bro. But yeah, okay. So, and that's sort of a tension too, right? When it comes to growth between, you know, induced demand versus actual need, and that's part of this whole conversation, I guess. Okay, and then I guess the last question is, I don't know why I'm on this kick today, but facetiously I'm asking, but I wonder if there is actually a use case here of privatizing some of the assets.
Yeah, you start.
I think it's part of the, like, in under the asset rationalization framework, we want to take those kind of approach and see if there are options that would relate to delivering the service differently or using the asset differently. It can be difficult under the guides of what is the municipality responsible for, and for some of our assets, it potentially has a limited application, but it is something that is being considered, but maybe not directly related to the asset, but rather to the service. And so that's where the conversations are integrated with our colleagues.
And I was just going to bring back what we own, what we lease, what makes sense over time. Those are elements within there too, to that point, right?
Yeah, because the south side's growing. Maybe they need a bunch of toll bridges and roads. I don't know. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, okay. So that makes sense. Councillor Tang.
Okay, should be done after this. Just on the, in attachment 3, when you talk about the asset rationalization framework, that's been in place since 2023. How have we found it? Is it good? Is it,
So we've run a few, we haven't used it broadly yet. We've started the work, and we've definitely used it for some of our assets. You will have seen some of it reported more in private, what we've shared. And so it is helping with decision making. It is helping making the case for unpopular decisions, I would say. And in the future, we are accelerating its implementation. It will take a few years for us to run the entire facility portfolio through it, just because of the intricacies of some of the questions that we have to ask our colleagues that are using the assets. They need to be able to speak to how do they use it to deliver the service, and all of the criterias that are weighted, that are really important. So it's a complex framework, and we're finding that the application as we expected will take a long time, because we need to be careful to get the right information to make the right decisions. Right?
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that answer. On the RIMS, and I've asked you about this offline, but I'll welcome some public commentary on it. I'm assuming that RIMS is constantly being used to assess and evaluate. When we have pressure that constantly changes, like growth, population growth, right, in the last 2 years is quite different from when we approved the 4-year budget cycle for the capital. So are you finding that it's constantly shifting prioritization given some of those factors?
So RIMS is used to establish the ideal investment and to support decision-making through the budget process. We don't actually use RIMS to make individual asset decisions or even within the portfolio. Those tend to be done through the analysis of the asset-specific systems and the analysis of the teams that use those systems. And so, Murray, correct me if I'm wrong, but we run RIMS every 3 years or 4 years to inform the budget. Right?
I see. Okay. I guess my overall question is, as we do these analysis, by the time we finish the analysis, the conditions would have changed, sometimes drastically from when we first started that conversation.
And that's where the other systems, so the pavement management system that I've mentioned, we have the decision support system for facilities. Those are the ones that will be used to make decisions within the capital programs, and that will support us in integrating more or updated information.
Right.
The reality is that a lot of those decisions are made using the output of the systems, but through the analysis of the teams. And so that team is able to make decisions based on updated information, on a regular basis. And
And we are updating them as the city grows.
Yeah.
And assets grow. We include those in our evaluations too, of course.
Great.
Yeah, I just want to add, so RIMS is focused on renewal with the opportunistic component of growth. And I don't know if you want to add anything more, Murray.
Just to add that RIMS is really looking at it from a portfolio level, not necessarily the specific assets.
All right, that's helpful. I just want to make sure that we're in this kind of constantly dynamic process and constantly reviewing, because some of those pressures sometimes they change.
Absolutely.
It's quite worrisome. I guess just finally, as I'm reading this report, I'm also very conscious that, we do have this renewal deficit. Our ability to gain revenue for renewal is very limited. We talk about the renewal fund, but we're also hyper conscious of the tax burden on Edmontonians in an environment where infrastructure funding has been diminishing, which we typically diminishing from other orders of government, which we tend to, because they're unconstrained, so we tend to probably look to for some of these things. I guess I'm just like, what is, what does that mean for asset management down the road? I feel like we're also very conscious about not garnering new assets constantly, right?
Maybe I'll start.
Yeah.
I think the work we're doing to progress this, make sure the policy is current, inclusive, and that our analysis that comes from this is current to what our assets are. Like, I think our awareness and our knowledge and our transparency around it is a foundational start point. We have to know what the burden is before we can look at approaches to try and minimize the risk of it.
Okay.
So that it just reinforces to me the importance of this work and how we need to stay proactive with it because of that very point that you're making.
Okay.
I would add that as you look at the Strategic Infrastructure Asset Management Plan, we do have higher focus now on how we consider acquisition, and including like building new assets, and also how do we promote better decision making around disposition and making those hard choices. So
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to move that Executive Committee recommend to City Council that the draft Council Policy C598A Asset Management as set out in Attachment 1 of the October 30th, 2024 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report IIS 02683 be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Are there any, I don't see any other questions. So if anyone wants to speak to this, now would be the time to sign up. I also noticed that Councillor Rice has joined us as well. I'll just mention that. I am not seeing the list being populated. So going once, going twice, 3 times a lady. Okay, so I will just say thank you very much for this presentation, for the report. It was actually a really good read, and maybe that just says something about how my brain is being informed over the years, but I found it fascinating, and it's interesting. I just find that sometimes you're at the bottom, sometimes you're at the top, and the wheel of fortune keeps spinning. So with that, please vote.
Oh, I can just.
Oh, you want to close?
Just very
okay.
quickly.
Yeah, I didn't see your name on there. Yeah, please do.
Yeah, thank you so much for this. I probably, asked more questions than I should, but I feel like we've been talking so much about infrastructure, and it's a very, I think, complex. It's very core to city government. It's a huge, I think, it's a huge financial aspect to the way we manage the city. Oftentimes in the community we get, why can't we do, snow and ice, or why can't we mow the turf, but part of it has to do with I think the amount of asset we've gained over the years. And I think this is really important because it shows some diligence in how we are trying to, I guess, be more focused, be more strategic, and that, hard decisions sometimes does have to happen, and we have a very rigorous process. And I think you've demonstrated that through this, and maybe it was triggered through the audit, but I'm keen to see this being a very dynamic process. And I think some of my questions also reflect where my worry lies, looking down the road in terms of the growth that we have. The city will continue to grow, and having new assets and having assets that will continue to deteriorate is part of the reality that we have to manage. And I worry about, in the absence of adequate resource to deal with that, the challenge will just get bigger. But I think I like what you said, Craig, around if we don't know what we have right now, it's hard to kind of know what those risks are. So this is a really critical foundation. So I just want to thank all the staff for the work and for your patience for dealing with this item this afternoon.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And we have solved the puzzle. That is carried. Okay, so we now move to our last item, 7.4. Vehicular access closures to support the Imagine Jasper Avenue project. Got a very minimal shuffling of chairs. Is there a presentation on this or just?
We are ready to go straight to questions.
Great. Okay, ready to go? And before I ask my questions, I'll just see if any of my colleagues have any questions.
I can go first.
Okay, Councillor Tang, go ahead.
Okay, I think I'm very curious. Thank you for this. What do we do in the absence of concurrence? Are you going to have to adjust the design? Is this going to just be, so I think that's my main takeaway from this.
It's pretty rare that we bring forward an access closure where we don't have concurrence from the property owner. In this case, we have one property where there is not concurrence. However, we are not changing the design here. We will be closing the access that's been identified to be closed.
Without their concurrence?
Correct.
We can
yes.
do that?
With council or with approval of the bylaw that's in front of you, we will be closing the access. The access we've confirmed would be closed with future redevelopment anyway. And so in the interest of safety and in the interest of stewarding forward the vision for Jasper Avenue, we are recommending this access be closed. Further, the site has a number of other accesses. There is an access on Jasper Avenue as well as access to the alley behind.
Sorry, and then can you just elaborate on what you said around this piece will be closed down the road anyways for redevelopment? It's just a matter of time.
So should the property redevelop that site, so the owner or a future owner would redevelop that site, the access would be closed through that process.
But that likelihood isn't on the book, isn't on the table right now, right?
That would be based on the property owner's decision to do so. So at this point, it's not on the books, but it would be closed through the streetscape project by administration.
Okay. Thanks for that. And then I was curious about any feedback so far on Reimagine Jasper efforts. I recall a few years ago when we did the pop-up stuff, there was a lot of negative experiences. And then, I think since then, I think there's been a lot of renewal and upgrade that, in my opinion, looks great. So I guess I'm just curious, are you finding the public response to this is changing?
We haven't had any formal follow-up or feedback from it, aside from through inquiries and other conversations that we've had for this next phase. There has been redevelopment along the corridor that has been favorable and seeing use of that corridor grow. In the case of the piece that we're moving forward with from 114th Street to 124th Street, we have made some tweaks to the design in response to some of the things that we've heard about the other phase of the project. So some of the benches are being changed. We have adjusted some of the landscape along the corridor as well to make sure that we are responsive to the operating impacts of the investment as well.
Okay, that's good. I guess I'm just trying to anticipate, with this, if this gets approved, and there will be some, closures, what kind of public feedback might we get after that? So, I don't know if you're able to comment, but I think I'm just trying to anticipate what the current temperature is like, and.
Yeah, on the closures, and I'll let others jump in. Really, there was the one exception of non-concurrence. And part of our process is to go out to each of the property owners and let them know what's coming. And all the rest of them along the corridor were yeses, so they're aware, they're okay with those closures. There was just the one non-concurrence. So from this perspective of this bylaw, that's the answer. Yeah. From the broader Jasper Ave, we continue to monitor, and as Natalie said, we're trying to iterate from what we've learned from the past ones.
And for all the property owners, you were able to actually talk to somebody, not just drop off, information pamphlet.
Absolutely, okay. And we make sure that we get a response back from them as well with their concurrence.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Principe, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Paquette. So I'm just trying to get an understanding. I've been looking at the pictures and reading the report. I'm trying to get an understanding of what exactly the access closure is. Is this, what is being closed? Are we going to be losing parking spaces?
So this bylaw in front of you has a number of different access closures, and they're all depicted in attachment 1 of the report. So there's a number of properties that have multiple accesses to their sites. So that's like a driveway into their property. And so some of those driveways will be removed and replaced with the public realm space that's being streetscaped. So this isn't about parking. This is about the accesses or the driveways into the variety of properties that are along this stretch of Jasper Avenue from 114th Street to 124th Street. We've made sure that any of the accesses that have been identified for closure, that those sites have alternate access to them in the long term as well. So though there's accesses being closed, it's in the interest of enhancing the public realm and keeping the users of the corridor safe while still providing access to all of those different properties.
Okay, because yeah, looking at the photos or like the depictions here, it's kind of hard to tell that, and it almost looked like it was closing of parking. The parking lane is what it appeared in the depiction, but in the write-up it didn't show that. So I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't interfering with parking.
No, it's really about the interaction of private property with the public realm. And so in this case, it's about removing some of those accesses to private properties to ensure that the public realm has sufficient space to be what it needs to be under division.
Okay, and we heard from Councillor Tang's questions that a majority of the businesses are okay with this. What about just the regular, like all Edmontonians? Like, was there any feedback, or has there been any other discussion or anything from anyone else?
Yeah, so extensive public engagement was done on the Imagine Jasper vision to inform phase 1. And as Natalie mentioned, we've been taking into account feedback that we received to ensure that phase 2 improves on the design of phase 1. But it is a continuation of the design that was developed with the public engagement at that time. For the access closures themselves, we focus on communicating with the private owners or the owners of the private properties to ensure that they understand what this means for them, for their property, and for their businesses. And so it's not a broad public engagement related to the access closures.
Okay, yeah, because I did hear some complaints or concerns with Imagine Jasper. Although what we have in front of us here today, I'm not sure if that's really a concern, like if you've heard concerns in the engagement you've done.
Not about
Not
this
specifically
stretch.
this,
One of the
correct?
things that we have been hearing from folks is about the condition of this stretch of Jasper Avenue. And this is one of the things that will address the condition of this corridor. So through this project, not specifically this report, but through the project and the streetscape of Jasper Avenue, we will be improving the condition as it's a full reconstruct of the corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, a sign of great success in my mind is that I didn't hear from a single property owner along Jasper Ave. So I think that really speaks to the great work that you did to reach out to people, that they felt that they had a connection point and didn't have to escalate at all. So thank you very much for that great work. So the one property where there's non-concurrence, in addition to maintaining that one access on Jasper Ave, they do have access from the laneway, the alleyway as well?
That's correct.
Okay. And you did touch on this a bit, but, I was thinking of a site like the Bubbles Car Wash. So, fully understand why some of those access points do need to be maintained. But I think I heard that if the site is to redevelop in the future, there's an opportunity to close those off, and it would be their responsibility to fill in those gaps, I guess?
That's correct.
Okay, excellent news. On Schedule A5, and sorry, I'll just pull that up. there's an alleyway closure. Just want to confirm, is this an opportunity for the laneway, the alleyway land to be consolidated to adjacent parcels? Is it actual roadway?
That, I believe, is part of the titled parcel. I would have to take that back and double check, but I do believe it's part of the property.
Okay, perfect. Perfect, yep, those were just some idle curiosity questions for me, and again, really appreciate the work.
Okay, thank you for that. I just have just a quick question. And maybe I missed it, but I didn't see the dates. April 6th, June 6th is when they got the letters, but what is the anticipated closure dates?
The dates for the closures will vary. We have, I believe, a year to close them, but the work will be happening over various stages. So Jasper Avenue, due to the length of the corridor and in the interest of mitigating impacts to the property owners and to traffic more broadly, it will be happening in a variety of stages. And so it'll happen over a couple of years where we'll be working on certain blocks. And so as those stages move forward, we'll be then closing the accesses through that process.
And we're still working on the details of that construction staging, but it's a multi-year project with its scope and scale.
Okay, that makes sense. And when we see multi-year, that means that by the time one closure begins, maybe another closure has opened? Or is it all going to be continuous closure?
We're not looking to do any full closures along this stretch at all in the first place. So we're going to be working over a series of blocks at a time, but not the full stretch. So you'll see, a handful of blocks under construction with traffic continuing to flow along their lane in each direction.
Okay, and how is it going to affect pedestrianization and access for people in wheelchairs and things like that? Is there going to be any impact, or?
Yeah, we'll have to look at, from part of our policies now, as we look at construction, is accommodation of all modes as part of our as a part of how we plan out the construction staging and phasing.
Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing no pictures online where we got it wrong, right?
Understood.
Yeah, just pictures where we got it right. Everyone's celebrating. Okay, that'd be great. All right, that was actually all my questions. Sure. If no one else is interested, I will move the recommendation that Executive Committee recommends City Council that bylaw 20945 be given the appropriate readings. Okay, anyone to speak to this? All right, sign up if you want to. The only person I've heard from is Councillor Stevenson, and I'm assuming she would prefer to close, so I'll just say some quick words. And that would be that I appreciate the work. I anticipate a little bit of frustration because people, with the LRT construction, and then they're going to see this construction, and it's just, there is a fatigue that occurs. But this is part of living in a big city. There are so many things happening that, either we have construction or things aren't either growing, developing, or they're falling apart. And those are really the only options. So we take it in stride, although many people will not, and just be prepared for that. But, and as for the non-concurrence, I don't think, I haven't heard anything that puts us into any real jeopardy. Hopefully we can, go to them and say, let's make a deal. And I won't press my luck on this. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
I will just reiterate comments earlier that I really appreciate this work. It was a pleasant surprise in that, the engagement was done so well. And that we're going to see a much more contiguous streetscape along Jasper Ave. It's really great. I really appreciate the diligence that was gone over each and every one of these entrances, and each one will make a difference. So thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Big bucks, no Emmy. That is carried.
Oh my God. Terrible.
Okay. All right. So that brings us to the conclusion of the items on the agenda. So last, we've got responses to councillor inquiries, none. Private reports, we didn't deal with that. Motions pending, none that I was made aware of. I'll just take a quick look around. And notice of motion and motions without customary notice. Any big surprises? No? Okay, great. We are adjourned.